Hello, my fellow badass aliens, and buckle up for July. July is a turbulent month. She's coming with a lot of change, a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the month of July. So you definitely want to be prepared and just know that astrologically, the skies are very, very busy this month. There is a lot of change that we are going through. And that's really the name of the game this month, change. How prepared are you to deal with change? How prepared are you to pivot, to adapt, to go with the many changes that are happening this month? And it doesn't mean that they're all going to be bad or negative or that you need to watch out because the world is ending or anything like that. But this is definitely a month full of surprises, shifts, changes, pivots, and a lot more. And this is your horoscope for your sign, preferably your rising sign, for the month of July. So normally I do a little brief overview of like the planetary shifts that we are going to be experiencing in the month ahead, but I'm not going to do that this time. I know that most people probably just skip to their sign, so I'm just going to save it and go over it for each sign so you'll understand what is going on for you when you actually go to your rising sign. And yeah, with that being said, I don't want to waste any time. I want to get into this. I want to talk about it. So see the timestamps down below to know where to go for your rising sign. I am a whole sign astrologer. That means I use the whole sign house system, not the Placidus house system. So that is how I'm reading the chart. If I talk about Cancer being in a house for you that it's not in, then you likely are not looking at your house or your chart in whole sign houses. And so just please keep that in mind because I get a lot of comments and questions about that. And yeah, with that being said, we're going to start with Cancer since it is Cancer season, and let's go. Alrighty, Cancer rising, starting with you, darling, since it is your season. I hope you guys are doing well. And if you do have your sun in Cancer, as well as your rising sign, happy birthday, happy solar return. There's a lot going on this month. Not only is it the month of fireworks in the 4th of July, but you could find that there are a lot of fireworks in other places in your life. But to me, when I'm looking at your chart, I'll go ahead and bring your chart up on the screen so we can look at it together. The first thing that I'm really feeling intuitively for you here is that this is a month that is, number one, your season. So there's a lot going on here in your first house sector. There's also been this Saturn-Neptune conjunction that you've been dealing with in your house of career, future, your goals, legacies, achievements, okay? While also kind of contemplating your purpose and the meaning of your life, why you're here, what is your journey, learning to let go, trying to figure out what you really believe, how you see the world, and what you're doing here on this planet right now. Okay, but when I really look at this, I see that there's going to be a lot of clearing things out in many different ways with the mutable signs in your chart this month. And for some reason, intuitively, as I was looking at this before I started filming this, I really am getting this sense of like, what can you handle? And the reason that I'm getting that is that I think that you can handle a lot more than you previously thought you could. I think this is a month of really getting back to those Cancerian qualities of understanding that you also have to put yourself first in your life, and that you caring and having empathy and compassion isn't necessarily a bad thing. You honoring your feelings and your cycles can be very, very helpful and healthy this month with the sun traveling through your sign, Jupiter now being in your sign. This is a massive time of expanding your heart, expanding who you are, and expanding how you view yourself and your own personal views of not only yourself, but your life. And I think that there is a lot of cleaning out here. Like I said, we're going to have Uranus moving into Gemini, your 12th house, Venus moving through Gemini, your 12th house. I think that there's going to be this desire for you to break free of things that have been holding you back mentally. Old habits, old addictions, old cycles. Now, this may have already been the name of the game for you moving through June as the sun was moving through your 12th. You may have felt easily overwhelmed or mentally occupied, mentally overwhelmed in some way, like overly stimulated or, having a lot of conflicting thoughts or conflicting things to do or things to do that conflicted with what you actually wanted to focus on or wanted to put your energy into. And this is going to be kind of the time starting in July to start really actually making changes, no longer just being aware of the changes that need to be made or being aware of all of these mental annoyances or addictions, habits, cycles, mind patterns, etc., psychological things going on, but actually finally doing something about them. You may find yourself really craving to change things, liberate yourself from certain things going on that are affecting your day-to-day life, your mundane. Again, down here with Mars and Virgo as well. It's like, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis? How can you ground into your reality the things that you want to change? And so what I mean by that, like for an example, okay, because we're also going to have a square from your 12th to your 3rd. So this really kind of reminds me of like, maybe you are putting in a lot of effort and a lot of work into certain day-to-day things that you're doing, projects, errands. Maybe you're actually working on something. Maybe you are trying to improve your environment or your day-to-day life, or trying to change things in your environment. But maybe you're doing it out of a place of some kind of insecurity or some kind of need for perfection, or overexerting yourself, overdoing certain things, and it is causing a lot of it's causing you to, it's taking up a lot of mental space pretty much. And now you're starting to realize this in the month of July. And in order to, really give yourself the time and space that you desire, with Venus moving through your 12th, you may have to let go of some projects or let go of some control in your day-to-day life, or change the way that you're doing things so that things can run more efficiently. Okay, so I'm really seeing that here. But also just with the sun traveling through your first house again, and all of that, there is this need to get back to you, to get back to your perspective on things, to get back to being aware of what's going on with you, maybe taking some breaks, taking some time, doing the things that bring your heart joy, reintegrating, re-embracing the feminine energy that you have within you, honoring who you are, honoring yourself, honoring your heart. Okay, and so I think that that's a huge thing here. And not only that, but you've been getting squares from Saturn and Neptune and Aries, also telling me that there's been a lot of pressure coming from your career, or coming from your dreams, or coming from your goals, or coming from how you saw your life going, or the direction that you've been wanting your life to go in. And maybe it's been feeling draining, or it's been causing a lot of emotional turmoil within you, that now you're able to face more easily this month, especially because now this month, we're no longer going to have Jupiter squaring Saturn and Neptune, and the sun squaring Saturn and Neptune. Like, you're finally moving out of that. So it's like you don't feel maybe this push and pull between what you want or desire for yourself versus what you desire for your future, your long-term goals, your career, etc. And so that's a lot of what I'm kind of seeing here. And I think that maybe you have these old kind of thought patterns that tell you, when things get overwhelmed, you resort to certain habits or certain ways of thinking that are no longer productive or healthy for you, and that are showing up in your day-to-day life. And so you could find that there are some delays, setbacks, or annoyances that you run into, but these things are trying to show you how to better organize your mind in a way, how to be more mentally prepared, how to understand that you are a lot more capable than you may have previously thought, or maybe previously have been telling yourself. And the other part of this month is we are going to have some return of the Leo Aquarius opposition here that we kind of started with end of last year and spring of this year. As later in the month, and I'm going to go through all the transits kind of one by one here in a minute, so you're a little bit more organized with it. But later this month, we are going to have, Mercury opposing Pluto. We're going to have the Leo new moon opposing Pluto. And so there's going to be this push and pull between you wanting to have fun, or you wanting to, spend your time, energy, or even money on the values that are authentic to you, the things that feel good or authentic to you, but potentially not being able to do that because there's something else out of your control, or there's something else from the past, or there's something else kind of looming that has some kind of sense of power over you. So it's like facing some kind of power struggle by the end of this month, where you are having to kind of find the courage to finally face something, maybe a fear, maybe a financial situation, maybe something going on with your partner and their finances. But it's like facing something once and for all from a place of, look, this is what I feel is best for me, and I'm done letting this situation control me, or I'm done letting this situation have power over my decisions or what I decide to do or who I am or what I take action on and my values and my money or my priorities, etc., etc. So that's kind of coming towards the end of the month. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into kind of the nitty-gritty of this month. So the very first few days of the month, we're actually going to start with Venus conjunct Uranus, but it's going to happen here at the end of Taurus, right before Venus moves into Gemini and right before Uranus moves into Gemini, which is really interesting. So this really could, be that you are finding some surprising experiences in terms of friendships, friend groups, events, social situations, or that you are feeling this need to break free, to let loose, to do something that brings you a sense of pleasure or enjoyment in terms of groups, social situations, events, networking, opportunities, friendships, etc. So you're kind of starting July with maybe like an excitement, a building excitement looming of maybe an event that you're going to be going to or people that you're going to be around that feels really liberating and exciting. And then Venus moves into Gemini on the 4th of July, and this is your 12th house. So this could be that you end up kind of maybe going back to something from the past, or that you all of a sudden are feeling a bit more nostalgic or feeling a bit more, wanting to be alone more, or like you're wanting to, deal with certain things that are potentially old habits, like I said, or old cycles, etc. But either way, Venus in the 12th usually indicates that maybe there is something going on behind the scenes that you are actually desiring or that you're actually wanting to do or deal with in some way, shape, or form. And as soon as Venus goes into Gemini, she's actually going to start trining Pluto in your 8th. And so for a lot of you, this could deal with, again, finances, or this could deal with social situations regarding finances in some way. This could deal with addressing certain psychological issues or addressing certain, issues with power or change behind the scenes. So this could look like maybe, again, and this is where I would kind of be careful, because Venus will also sextile Saturn and Neptune here in Aries in your 12th. And so this is where I would kind of be careful. You could find yourself, because maybe you're feeling certain things or you're feeling more internal or introverted now, you could find yourself drawn to certain things that are maybe potentially unhealthy for you, or are maybe potentially old patterns or old dynamics because of maybe a situation that you're in or an environment that you're in some way, shape, or form. And this would also be a good time to change the way that you're going about dealing with these situations, even if you are feeling lured to them or magnetized to them. This would be a really great time to kind of break free of those situations as well. So then on the 7th, we're then going to have Uranus making its ingress into Gemini out of Taurus for the first time. It's finally leaving Taurus, and it will retrograde back later this year, but for now and for the next several months, it's going to be in Gemini. And this is definitely going to peak some kind of new energy in your life. Like, you're going to start feeling in some ways, and you may not feel it right away, or some of you may feel a shift, but it's like there could be something that happens that is behind the scenes or subconscious or from the past in some way that comes around. And again, it's so interesting that Venus is entering Gemini before Uranus, but it's like, look, I've got to set myself free of these behind the scenes things that control me, or these things that may seem out of my control or out of my, jurisdiction, whatever you want to call it, but that actually you do have control over, because in some way, shape, or form, it's coming from your subconscious. And so you could really find that your sleep is a bit more disrupted around this time, or that you start having a lot more dreams, or you start maybe even getting really into like astral travel or something, like this could really be because Uranus is going to start trining Pluto as well in your 8th. And so this would be a really great time to get into psychology, otherworldly, woo-woo, occult, esoteric type stuff. that really can help you reprogram your mind or your subconscious or old patterns, old addictions, old cycles to help you break free of them. Like the name of the game with Uranus is, yes, it can bring instability. So some people may feel this as a certain subconscious instability that happens, but all the instability is for the breakdown is for the upgrade with Uranus. The breakdown is for the liberation. And so it's really important to keep that in mind with whatever you do notice coming up with Uranus moving into your 12th. It's breaking things down to liberate you in some way, shape, or form, and to liberate you from old fears, things that have power over you, things that you feel like you cannot control, but maybe you actually can from a subconscious point of view. And from maybe changing your subconscious, I could see many people getting into hypnotherapy or, something like that, maybe a past life regression, astral traveling, as they said. These types of things could definitely become more on your radar around this time. And so then on the 10th, we're going to have the Capricorn full moon in your 7th house, which is definitely going to be some kind of, event that brings up situations around your relationships and what your relationships reflect back to you, as the moon is your chart ruler and the moon will be full in your opposite sign. So this is definitely going to be a time where you are potentially noticing a lot more in terms of your relationship and the days leading up to the 10th of the month, and what is going on in your relationship, emotions versus reality, water versus earth, structure and tradition, and all of that versus compassion and caring and empathy. But either way, there's going to be something going on within your relationships around this time that is coming to light, and that is going to require you to get real, or maybe your partner to get real about something and address something that maybe has been ongoing, or maybe that comes up around this time in some way, shape, or form. But we'll definitely talk more about that as the time comes. And then also that full moon will be trining Mars and Virgo. So it will also be bringing up potentially with the ruler being Saturn in your 10th, and then also trining Mars and Virgo, this these topics of future, what you want for the direction of this relationship, where you guys are going, what you're building to, career, jobs, but also with Mars and Virgo, getting real about maybe, if one of you is overexerting or trying to control everything, or, has certain, perfectionistic tendencies that are no longer working out, or what needs to change here in some way moving forward in this relationship. And so that definitely could be some of the things that come up around the 10th and the few days leading up to it. Now, from the 14th to the 20th is when Mars also conjuncts the South Node. And again, this is going to be a lot about what do you need to change in terms of your environment? What do you need to change in terms of what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, the actions that you're taking? What do you need to reorganize? What are you doing out of a sense of perfectionism or feeling not good enough? Or where are you putting your energy, basically, on a day-to-day basis? And is it actually productive? Or is it actually draining you? Are you focused on the things that you truly care about? Or are you just doing, and not really thinking about if you're progressing or where it's all going? Are you trying too hard to hang on to control of certain things that you need to release control over, that you need to have more faith with? Okay, and so those are some of the topics you could definitely find coming up around this time. Now, on the 17th, Mercury goes retrograde in your 2nd house of Leo. And this is definitely going to bring up the topic of, again, your finances, your values, your priorities, getting back to making decisions around and reflecting on your decisions around these topics. Are you actually making decisions based on an authentic place? Are you allowing more of maybe other people or your partner or fears around, certain things to have more power over how you're making these decisions? And so this is kind of a reflection on your finances, your priorities, your values, and what's truly authentic to your heart here regarding these things, instead of what you're doing like out of being performative or something, or to get validation, right? And so that's really going to be the name of the game with that. So then on the 22nd, the sun is going to move into Leo and start opposing Pluto. And so from the 22nd until about the 24th, when we have the new moon in Leo, you're likely going to be feeling this energy, and it's going to bring up some opposition in your life where you are, kind of like, this is what I've got to do for me versus what do I do about everybody else? And so it's kind of like me versus we. And this is what I feel I need to do, or this is my direction in terms of my priorities, and focusing on myself and focusing on what feels authentic for me and what truly feels genuine for me, versus this kind of fear or these kind of, potential toxic situations involving others or what you feel everybody else wants you to do. Potentially you facing a fear with this, or you facing something that has been having power over you financially, or that you've been dreading, or that you've been like hiding from. And it's like, okay, I can no longer hide from this. I can no longer ignore this or act like it's not there. I've got to finally face this. This is something I've got to do. Or maybe a partner is going through a change in their financial situation, and you feel that, yes, I would like to just worry about myself, but I feel like maybe it's up to me to now pick up the slack and lead this situation with courage rather than with fear. Okay, so this could go a lot of different ways, but you may notice that something that came up around January of this year, like mid to end January, when the sun first conjuncted Pluto, is coming back around, because this is the halfway point of that conjunction. So it's like, are you facing certain things around this time that maybe were being faced back then? A fear of responsibility, or a fear of debt, or a fear of, loss, where now you're kind of facing this fear in some way, or there's a situation that's bringing this fear up to your attention, where it's time to finally face this with courage, authenticity, and to really be a light in whatever this situation is that comes up. And so those are some of the ways that this could be playing out for you as a Cancer rising. And then from the 16th to the 23rd, Venus in Gemini is going to start squaring Mars in Virgo. And this square is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You may kind of feel like, you know what, I just want to escape, or I just don't want to be around other people right now, or I want to keep to myself, or I want to have like a getaway or something. Like what this kind of reminds me of is like, and this is just a metaphor and an example, so you don't have to take this literally, but maybe you leave town, go to get away for a couple days, and then you get you get like a security alert on your phone or something. Something's now happened in your house, and now you've got to kind of rush back to take care of it. And you're like, damn it, I wanted to get away, but now I've got to deal with this thing. But the thing is like, if you would have maybe better prepared, or maybe if you wouldn't have, been so, I don't know, like maybe if you wouldn't have been so careless, maybe it wouldn't have happened. So you then start beating yourself up and become like the perfectionistic and start criticizing everything, right? And it's like, well, that's not really helpful either, right? So this is kind of the push and pull dynamic here. It's like you are kind of looking to try new things, get away, experiment, have new experiences, but Mars and Virgo in your third is like, well, there's some reality checks here. There's some things that go wrong, or there's some things in the mechanics of things that go wrong, or no matter how hard you tried or how well you prepared, there's still maybe some schedule issues or some setbacks or whatever, and you can't beat yourself up for it. And so there's like a push and pull between what you want, but what also needs to be done, and being overly critical, or maybe you prepared forever for this trip, but then you get there and you realize that you still forgot something, and it makes you realize that you can never really fully be prepared for everything, and that's okay. And if you are able to adapt, and you're able to remind yourself that you can handle these small things, these inconveniences, etc., then things can actually, you can move on from these things a lot quicker. And so that's kind of, those are some ways that you could be seeing that play out around that time. So then on the 24th, the sun will then be in Leo, and it will start trining Saturn and Neptune. And this is going to be really good for you kind of now having this awareness around your finances, your priorities. You just faced some kind of big fear, or finally changed something, or, you know, stood in your truth with something that may have been scary or had power over you at one point. And now you are feeling like you have more of a sense of faith, but also discipline in terms of your future, finances, priorities, and values, and also your career. Okay. And so that is definitely more of a positive aspect happening there. And then also on the 24th, we have that Leo new moon, which again is opposing Pluto. So I guess, okay, you're still going through the opposition at that point, but we're almost done with it. But either way, it's trining Saturn and Neptune while opposing Pluto. So we're still facing something. We're still facing this fear. We're still overcoming this. And again, altogether, this is like from the 22nd to the 24th. So it's only a couple days, but we're still dealing with something. And then also, but feeling like, you know what, I know that dealing with this is the right thing to do. And I know it's going to lead to a more realistic future, but also one that I can have faith in at the same time, or I know it's going to be the positive thing for my future, for my career, for the goals and achievements that I have and that I want. And so it's like you're looking towards the future while also standing in your truth and facing a fear, facing something that has felt a bit disempowering up until that point. And so then on the 30th, Venus then moves into the sign of Cancer, your first house. And this is definitely going to feel a lot better. With Venus in your first house, you're going to be feeling a lot more nostalgic. You're going to be feeling a lot more like you just want to be comfortable. You want to get your comfort on. You want to enjoy the things that make you feel good and comfortable and safe and secure. You know, like being in your favorite, you know, pajamas, or watching that old nostalgic movie that just really gives you that sense of like, you know, childhood, or that sense of nostalgia in some way, cuddling up, becoming more romantic, or more, you know, sensitive and vulnerable, and that not being necessarily a bad thing. And so Venus in your sign is definitely going to feel a lot more comfortable for you. Then on the 31st, we will have, wait a second. Venus also being in your sign, though, is going to then square Saturn and Neptune at first, okay, until about August 1st or 2nd. So from the 30th to August 1st or 2nd, for those few days, it will square Saturn and Neptune. So you will have this sense of like, I just want to, you know, enjoy this old movie from my childhood with my partner and cuddle up on the couch and feel good. But maybe there are certain demands or certain things going on at work or on a bigger level or in the world or whatever, that are kind of feeling like they are demanding your attention or pulling you away from that or delaying that in some way, shape, or form. But again, it's just going to be for a few days. And then once Venus moves beyond that square, you'll be able to enjoy the more comfortable part of Venus being in your sign. So then on the 31st, we're going to have the Sun conjunct Mercury and Leo, Mercury retrograde still at the time, making the Cazimi. And this is definitely going to give you more epiphanies, awareness, and bring more to your attention regarding, again, these things going on with your decisions regarding your priorities, finances, values, and the things that you care about, etc. So, and then that is it. That is it for the month of July. I know it's a lot. Let me know down below, Cancer risings, if you feel like you can see a lot of that happening or building, or if it ends up relating. Come back and visit this, watch it throughout the month. Let me know. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hello, my lovely fellow Leo risings, and welcome to your July horoscope. I am actually refilming your horoscope because I just felt like I could have done a bit of a better job. So we are doing that now. Basically, what is coming for you in July as a Leo rising, or what is coming for us in July as a Leo rising? I look at July and I see a month of really gearing up and kind of going within to allow ourselves to face something by August. And I'll go over the reason that I'm saying all of that, obviously, but I feel like July, there's a bit of a dichotomy this month. July is a month where it is our 12th house season. So the sun, our chart ruler, is traveling through the 12th house. The 12th house is the last house, and it is the house that really deals with everything that is going on behind the scenes. Now, luckily, we have Jupiter there now. And Jupiter being here wants to kind of set us free of a lot of the things that are holding us back, old karmic ties, old karmic cycles, things from the past that are near and dear to our heart, or things that we're attached to, that we no longer need. And so this is a really, really fertile month for healing. But I want you to understand something about this, because I'm a 12th house south node, and I really understand the dynamics of the 12th house and what they can look like. On one hand, we are going to be feeling like we are potentially somewhat in the spotlight, or having a fun time socially. We're going to be yearning for like having fun and meeting new people and kind of being a part of a social gathering or social events. We're going to want to mingle, okay? But on the other hand, we may find that our plans do not always pan out the way that we expected. We may find that we end up, feeling at least a bit maybe overwhelmed, or maybe there's delays, maybe there's setbacks due to our ruling planet being in our 12th house. So there's going to be times for healing and going within and removing ourselves and conserving our energy and regeneration and letting go. And then there's also going to be times for having fun and being social. And so I think that we could partly feel like our social battery is a bit low or doesn't regenerate as quickly this month. But then we also could partly feel like, we are having fun experiences and meeting new people, and we are being seen more, or invited to more things, or there's more events. And so there is kind of like fun and social fun that can be had this month. But there's also this regeneration taking place behind the scenes. And so my best advice for this month would be to deal with things as they come, to maybe not put yourself in a situation where you're going to have to be around people 24/7 for a long period of time, because you're going to probably find yourself getting moody, overwhelmed, emotional, triggered. You're going to find yourself wanting to pull back, wanting to isolate, wanting to go within. But you're also going to find yourself like wanting to be a part of and wanting to be included and go to fun events and do social things and mingle and, flirt with other people and just like have fun. And so there's kind of this push and pull between both this month, between, I kind of just want to like escape somewhere on vacation, relax. But then I also want to go to this like fun social gathering that's happening and have a good time and have fun. And I think that you do need to be very careful of escapism tendencies on a month like this, with our 12th house being so activated along with our 11th house. But I also think that this is all gearing up for the month of August and the end of July, because we have some really, really big, strong transits coming this month that are really affecting us. Our sign and Pluto and Aquarius in our opposite sign, we're coming back into some of these oppositions that we dealt with at the very end of 2024 and in the beginning of 2025. And so Mercury is going retrograde in our sign this month. Like, our perception of ourself is changing. And the way that we think about ourselves, the way that we view ourselves, the way that we, speak our truth, the things that we want to put out there are kind of shifting this month. And we're going to be really reflecting on these things. Who do we think we are? Are we in alignment with our voice? Are we hiding ourselves? This month, and that's kind of honestly the dichotomy of this month. Part of us want to kind of hide and be more introverted and go within, get away, pull back, spend some time in seclusion. And then part of us wants to have fun and be around people and be social and, enjoy and embrace, this time of year. And so I think that there's a way that we can do both. I don't think it has to be one or the other all the time. And so I think that this is a month to really, if you can, dive head first back into your spiritual hygiene. That is going to help you tremendously this month. There's going to be a lot of things that maybe are happening that you don't always have control over this month, that you're going to have to surrender to, let go of, go inward, feel into your intuition, trust in your intuition, and have faith in whatever it is that you believe in. Faith is another really big topic, I think, for Leo risings right now. What do we believe? What do we have faith in? Saturn and Neptune. We're kind of, potentially questioning our beliefs and the ways that we once viewed things, the way that we once viewed the world, or the ways that we once viewed ourselves, or the ways that we once viewed our lives. There's a lot of things dissipating with that around this time, and a lot of new things kind of coming into play. And so I think that this is a month that can be very, very helpful in terms of self-development, spiritual hygiene, letting go of old things that no longer serve you, catching up on rest, regeneration. And then I think that there's also moments that you can fit in having fun and doing social things. But I also think that this month is going to really push us to address certain insecurities, old shames, old things that we feel shameful for, old judgments that we've been holding over ourselves because of, old decisions that we've made, financial things, skills that we have that we feel aren't good enough, what we have to offer feeling not good enough. This kind of lesson of self and other really starts coming into play this month. And it's like, how do we view ourselves apart from others? Are we only viewing ourselves through the eyes of others? Are we, only putting the parts of us out there that we think other people are going to like or appreciate? Are we hiding certain things about ourselves? This is going to be very, very huge on a month like this. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and put my chart up on the screen so we can kind of go over this bad boy together. Alrighty. So as you can kind of see here, our 12th house, like I said, of Cancer is really activated this month. What are the karmic situations, patterns, cycles? The 12th house in ancient astrology was thought of the house of self-undoing. So this is a time of month where things don't always pan out the way that we want them to. Things can feel a lot more overwhelming. Like small things can make us feel more overwhelmed than usual, because our energy, the sun, our chart ruler that rules our first house, our body, our vitality, who we are, is behind us, out of sight in the 12th. So it's shining a light on the places within our attic, so to say, that we've been not wanting to look at. The places where we feel overwhelmed, overworked, unappreciated, insecure, shameful, the patterns and cycles, the self-sabotage, attachments that we have, codependency issues that are kind of, in a way, like clogging up our emotional and spiritual hygiene. And I keep using that word. It just feels like the correct phrase for this month. So if you start noticing that, you're wanting to do these social things, you're wanting to have fun, all of this Gemini energy this month, Venus being in Gemini, Uranus moving into Gemini, there's going to be this what, I want to have fun, I want to be social. Or even if you're not necessarily feeling like that, you could find that you're getting invited to a lot of things. There's a lot of events. Maybe there's a lot of family things going on. Maybe there's just a lot of friend things going on. There's a lot of birthdays. There's a lot of parties. There's a lot of reunions, whatever the case may be. And you may find yourself feeling discombobulated. Can I just have a second to myself? Or I just want to get away. I just want to be in seclusion. I just want to have some alone time. I want to work on my energy, or I want to recharge, or I want to rest, or whatever the case may be. And so it could feel very busy, but at the same time, you may feel like the busyness sometimes is overwhelming. And so this is what we have to kind of look out for. When you start to feel that overwhelming sense, there's sometimes, there's some Julys, which I notice it every July, pretty much, other than the one July that I went on a vacation for a week for, to my hometown in Florida. That July was very healing, very 12th house, positive 12th house experience. But most of the time, I feel this every single July, where it's something is happening that I did not predict, and I'm feeling like I have a lot of emotions about it, or there's a lot going on within me, or even if not much is really happening, but I'm starting to kind of feel this, retreat energy. My energy is pulling back in a way. I want to kind of get away, or I want to pull back, or I need some time alone to process certain things. It's it's not easy to do that because, you know, I have all these plans or responsibilities that I have to handle, that I have to deal with. And so as much as I want to pull back and just focus on me or take time to rest or regenerate or whatever, it's like this thing needs my attention and this thing needs my attention. And I start getting a bit overwhelmed. And at some point, I usually have an emotional breakdown. And in that emotional breakdown, there's a release, 12th house, right? And so the emotional breakdowns aren't bad. If you get to that point, obviously, you don't want to be messy about it and take it out or project it on somebody that's not doing anything wrong. But, you know, maybe give yourself a second to cry it out, you know, vent it out, be vulnerable, let it out. This is Cancer energy in the 12th house. Okay, so that definitely could happen this month. Now, if you do have the opportunity to get away, to rest, to go on a retreat, or to, you know, go recharge in whatever way you see fit, self-care, okay, this can be the time to do that. Now, because it is Cancer and it is our 12th house, there could be like a lot of family things that come up that are overwhelming or, you know, whatever the case may be. Now, I do think though, because Jupiter is there this year, it's our first year with Jupiter being there since, you know, I think like 2014 or so, we may actually find that we have an easier time with this. We have maybe a better time riding the waves. And our beliefs and our views around the past and around things that we may be holding on to and things that we need to be, our old karmas that we're letting go of could really be coming up around this time. And it could actually be very cleansing. Like this would be a great time to go on a detox. Finally challenge yourself to get rid of those old habits or those old patterns or those old cycles. Do some dream work or past life regression stuff or whatever the case may be. Pay attention to your dreams around this time. But all in all, I feel like so far I am really feeling this energy as like this surrender, this trust in the flow. I'm not sure I'm not sure why it needs to be there and what, but like completely surrendering ourselves to our faith, which is really interesting because, again, Jupiter has been squaring Neptune and Saturn and Aries in our 9th. And so, you know, this may be a season or a month that calls a lot of us to that complete surrender, that complete faith. And I don't mean surrender as in like, oh, I'm now like I'm a rock and I'm being, you know, like I'm on the side watching the ocean and I've finally accepted that the ocean is here and I could fall in. I mean surrender is like I am a small shell getting carried away in the ocean by the current, like that kind of surrender, right? And I think that's how we evolve, that's how we grow, that's how we learn in so many ways this month. And I think we can be surprised on the journey that we get taken on when we do have that energy. And I think there's a lot of practice right now in what we are attached to. If we're attached to things looking a certain way, if we're attached to things going a certain way, we almost set ourselves up and end up becoming some kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. And so it's like, can we accept? Can we surrender? Can we see where the current takes us? And can we look within more this month and give ourselves time to regenerate? This is the time. You may feel more tired. You may feel a bit more drained. You may feel like you have less energy, and that is okay. And that is normal. I want you to know that this month. But I think you get that energy back to Jupiter in the 12th, the sun in the 12th, when you can surrender to the flow, when you can look within, when you can take that time, when you can, you know, sit with your feelings and allow yourself to express those feelings and be vulnerable and face whatever shadows are in that attic. That's so much what this is about. And a lot of this is about trust, again, because the North Node is in Pisces in our 8th house. We find that universally and energetically that we are taken care of when we focus on one thing at a time and trust that it's all going to be okay. That is the healthy kind of opposition here of this nodal axis of Virgo and Pisces. This month, Mars is inching towards the South Node. So again, these are lessons and old actions, old decisions, old shame, old criticism, old judgment of ourselves for past choices, potentially bringing up, you know, lack, scarcity, old fears surrounding those things for us to release. Because again, when we trust, things work out. And so now also, like I said, we have Mercury going retrograde this month as well in our 1st house. And it's really interesting. I was having a conversation last night and I was talking about basically where I had been filming all day. I'd been filming a lot of these horoscopes yesterday, and after I got done, I'd been staring at myself in my camera basically all day long, and then after I got done, I looked at myself in the mirror, and I felt like I looked totally different than how I had just seen myself all day in the camera. Like, I felt like me in the mirror and me on camera looked like two totally different people. And not that like one was bad and the other was good or anything. I was just like, that's weird. And as a Leo rising, I've always kind of had this weird obsession, I guess you could call it, with like, how do I look? Like, what is my perception of me, and what are other people's perception of me? And, because we can't truly see ourselves, like, other than with the invention of like the mirror and the iPhone, like, we couldn't see ourselves other than in a reflection in water. Very Cancer 12th house as well. And so, and that's really what that 12th house is showing us. Like, what's going on? What are the things that are in your blind spot? What are the things that you're not seeing, that you can't see, that are holding you back, are causing you to self-sabotage, or causing you to repeat old cycles? So anyways, last night I was talking to my partner about this, and I was like, look, like, it's so strange. Like, when I was just, how I just looked on camera all day and how I look right now when I look at myself in the mirror is just totally different. I feel like my features look different. Like, everything looks different for some reason. And, not that it's like a bad thing or anything. It's just so interesting to me how I can look at myself and see one thing in my iPhone camera, and then look at myself and see, and then I change in like the mirror. And my partner said something like really deep, and I was like, wow, that is definitely true. Like, duh. But like, it really pointed to the finger back at the me behind the me, if that makes sense. But he said, well, you control how you see yourself. You're in charge of how you see yourself. And I was like, yeah, like, we really are the ones controlling what we see when we look at ourselves, and through our own perception. And it's like the same reason why you could like live in like, a place for like a certain amount of time, and you see it one way right when you move in, right? But then when you go to like move out later on down the road, years down the road, you see it completely differently. Like, maybe when you first moved in, you saw it as this like really bright, like dreamy, like hopeful, optimistic energetic place. And like, you saw things about it that were just like really beautiful. And then after you've lived there for a little bit, now your perception of it has completely changed. And it's not that like, the place has changed. It's just you see it completely differently. Or it's like how maybe when you get to know somebody, how at first, like, you're not like too attracted to their looks or whatever, but you get to know them, you get to know their personality, and all of a sudden they become really attractive, like looks and all, and it's like the same thing. And so anyways, this is like Mercury and Leo to me. But Mercury and Leo also has a lot to do with like, what is our truth, our sense of communication, not only how we are perceiving ourselves and how are we thinking about ourselves and our lives and our energies and who we are and our bodies and our appearances, but like, how are we thinking in terms of our lives? And Mercury going retrograde here is a revision of all of these things, how we see ourselves, if we're speaking our truth, if we are, in alignment with how we think and feel about ourselves. But the really interesting thing is that this is all leading up to this massive opposition happening again with Pluto. That will happen by the end of the month, and the first opposition is passing right at the end of June, right before July. When Mercury moves into Leo, it's going to oppose Pluto. And, so that pay attention during that time to like, any hints or anything that comes up during that time revolving around communication and perception, and also other people. But I think that overall, this is building up to facing something that has had power over us, or facing something that is out of our control, facing something that maybe we have been scared to face or hadn't had the courage to face within other people or relationships or our past or whatever the case may be. And it's like this Leo energy and this build up to the new moon in Leo towards the end of July is definitely gearing us up to finally face something once and for all here. And that is why I think this self-development, surrender, trust, getting vulnerable, cleaning out the closet, so to say, cleaning out the attic, is so important here this month. And so now we're going to go over like step by step the transits and, you know, all and the dates and all of that this month, so you can kind of get like the nitty gritty of it. So we start off July with Venus and Uranus. They'll be conjunct in our 10th house right before they both move into Gemini. This is really kind of this upgrade that's happening. This feeling of like excitement and fresh energy, this ecstatic energy in the air of like, I want to upgrade myself, or I want to revolutionize my vision for my life, my future, my direction, my goals, my achievements, my career, my brand. Like, this is so much about our public life and how we want to, you know, like the part of our lives that we want to show other people. And so with Venus and Uranus, you know, conjuncting here, we could really find that we are, we could really find that we are feeling very excited, uplifted, or we're going through some kind of change in terms of what we want out of our future, or what we want to present to the world, or our careers, or our brand, or our reputation in some way, shape, or form. Like, we're feeling like we want to, you know, revolutionize something or do something more out of the box or even rebellious. But that feels good and that feels pleasurable and that feels aesthetically pleasing with Venus and Uranus conjunct in Taurus. So that's like the first few days of July. And then Venus moves into Gemini, where she'll be for most of July after that. And this is our 11th house. So this is friends, gatherings, events, networking, marketing, organizations, and, you know, basically your people. What are the groups that you belong to? What are the different interests you have and the people that are surrounding those interests? We could find ourselves wanting or desiring to be more involved with, you know, certain groups that share our way of thinking, or share our ideas, or share our interests, or share our hobbies. And so, again, and I think this is where a lot of like this busyness, this social busyness is going to come in July, where we are maybe feeling more invited to certain things, or more included in certain things, or there's like a lot of social activities going on, or social events going on, or networking opportunities happening. We could definitely find ourselves, and this doesn't even have to be in person. This could be in a Facebook group. This could be an old friend group that invites you somewhere. This could be like a high school reunion, or even a family gathering for some of you. Like, it just depends on how your chart's configured, where Mercury is going to be at for you, or where you have Mercury in your chart, I mean. And again, this goes into, because Mercury is the ruler of this, and Mercury is going to be in our first house, this really goes into, I think, us facing some past stuff, or some old regrets, or some old monsters in the closet, so to say, or some old, you know, situations that just feel sticky regarding other people, regarding social situations, or regarding, you know, friend groups or friendships in some way. And it's like, we are feeling very, very drawn to our social life at this point, but maybe on a deeper level, or more of a spiritual level, with the sun in the 12th house. It's like being around spiritual communities this month, are people that really feel like they're like speaking to your soul, or that you feel very comfortable with, or that feel like part of, like, they could almost be part of like a family, is going to be very, very important this month. Like, I know I'm, you know, for the 4th of July, which is when Venus moves into Gemini, I'm going to be going and hanging out with a friend that's, you know, throwing like a get together for a 4th of July that I'm super, super close to. And so anyway, like, this would be that kind of energy. And so moving on to Uranus, then moving into Gemini on July 7th, out of Taurus, where Uranus has been since 2018, upgrading and revolutionizing our career, our lives, our life paths, our reputations. Like, there's been a lot of breaking down, instability, and uncertainty with Uranus in our 10th regarding our career and our direction in life and our goals and our achievements and our reputations. But there's also been a lot of upgrading and up-leveling and like breaking free from the past in order to up-level our future. Like, I know when Uranus first moved into Taurus, it really, really broke apart old past foundations that were not healthy and not working for me, that I had been, you know, depending upon for a long time. And at the time, even though it felt like things were falling apart, it also gave me the freedom to finally go after the kind of life that I desired. And so it liberated me. And it was actually the cause, like, all that started when Uranus first moved into Taurus. It led to this channel and what I do now and all of that. And so Uranus then moving into our 11th house for the first time for the next few months, giving us kind of a preview, is going to do this with our friendships, our friend groups, the groups that we belong to, again, like-minded individuals, like-minded people. Again, wherever Mercury, since Mercury rules your 11th house of Gemini is Leo rising, wherever Mercury is in your chart, so whatever other house Mercury is in, if it's not in the 11th, can also give you clues as to, you know, the next layer of this. So it may be your aspirations, your goals, your social connections, the groups you belong to, the friendships, the communities, you know, that you get involved with, the audiences or the like-minded individuals that are in your life. But then wherever you also have Mercury, you could find it playing out through that area of your life too. And so, like, I have Mercury in my 4th house. So a lot of the times I am, you know, my 4th house is Scorpio. So it's also why I speak very like deeply and go deeply into things, and a lot of people can relate to me on like a deep level, even though I'm talking to a broad audience here, but a lot of people feel like I'm, you know, directly talking to them. And it's also why I, you know, a lot of the friends that I have in my life, I keep very close and they feel like family to me. And so just depends on wherever you have Mercury as well in your chart. So you can look for that. But Uranus is definitely upgrading this area of our life. And that could mean that it brings some drama, or that it brings in some new groups of people that are way out of the norm or way out of the box, or it really brings in even conflicting groups of people where maybe like we have one thing in common with this group, but then we have another thing in common in this group. And usually maybe they both conflict with this being the sign of Gemini, but it's like, it's just who we are, you know, we're almost forced to accept our multidimensional nature here. And so anyway, so Uranus moves into Gemini on the 7th, and when it does, it starts to trine Pluto and sextiles the Saturn and Neptune conjunction. So there's a massive story going on here between our social life and the groups that we want to belong to or feel that we do belong to, or the different groups that we end up engaging with, but also our beliefs, our faith, our worldviews, our views on life, our principles, education, teaching, mentorship with the 9th, Saturn and Neptune in the 9th, but then also our actual partnerships, our relationships, our significant other with Pluto in the 7th. And so it's like we're looking for deep but liberating connections. And even if we're not, we could stumble across them where we find really deep, like just out of nowhere, surprising, liberating connections that kind of break us free or open our mind in a way, or even completely shatter a belief that we once had to kind of liberate us from, you know, an old way of thinking, to awaken us in some way. And so this is going to be a very interesting conversation that starts happening here with this. But okay. So this could also be like you and your partner getting involved in some kind of new group or new social thing together, or new community or something together as well. Alrighty, so then on the 10th, we have the Capricorn full moon in our 6th, and this is that energy I was mentioning in the beginning with the 12th house season, where you may be having a lot of feelings, or you may be getting your emotional feeling, you know, on, and you may be, you know, wanting to take some time to yourself, or, you know, you may need a minute because you're feeling overwhelmed. You may want to retreat or pull your energy back. And then this Capricorn full moon comes in to say, hey, I know, but like we still have responsibilities. Okay, we still have responsibilities, we still have duties, we still have tasks, and as much as we may want to escape on an island and not talk to anybody, or not deal with work, or not deal with whatever, these chores or health or habits or diet or whatever schedules, we've got to do this. And this trines to Mars as it's almost conjunct the South Node in Virgo as well. And so this is even more like, okay, maybe financially there's something, you know, that this is bringing up here, or we're having to rearrange certain things, or we realize that maybe we were doing something out of this, like, you know, perfectionism energy, or being overly critical or judging ourselves. And now we need to kind of walk it back and let go of this, you know, let go of some kind of old way of going about something that is no longer working in our lives, that deals with, you know, our sense of dependency and our day-to-day tasks, duties, responsibilities, job, work, health, and wellness. And so it's like, you may not, you know, this is kind of like a time where it's like, if I want to integrate what I'm learning in the 12th house, I've also got to balance it with being very practical about how to apply this in my day-to-day life and my day-to-day routine. There could be kind of an ending here happening in our jobs, or a phase of our jobs, or some kind of letting go of the way that we were going about something before with our jobs that's no longer working, or no longer maybe emotionally satisfying or fulfilling or sustainable, and is leading us to a lot of emotional overwhelm. And so that is the Capricorn full moon. And then on the 17th is when Mercury goes retrograde finally. And that is when that starts, and we start kind of rethinking the way that we're thinking about things, the way that we're thinking about ourselves, the way that we're perceiving things, the way that we're speaking about things, how we're maybe acting or behaving, or, maybe even certain situations to do with other people, our friendships, allies, friend groups, social situations, etc. And the reason I know that, again, is because Mercury rules our 11th house, where we also have a lot going on. And then the sun is in our 12th house. So it's like, maybe we've been agreeing to too much, or saying yes to things that we really aren't that interested in. Or maybe we're saying yes to things, but now our energy is kind of like, and we need to take a step back and focus on ourselves and all of that. So I would be very careful with the plans that you make this month, because by especially like the 17th, you could find that things are not going maybe the way you originally expected or envisioned or thought. And you may not have the energy or the emotional capacity to really back it up. And it's not that there's something wrong with you or anything. It's just that maybe this is a time where it's trying to get us to go more within and, unlock or release something, rather than go without and be more extroverted, etc. So that part is coming. Don't worry. Like the extroverted, star of the show, Leo moment is coming, but not till August. Okay. So, it could kind of start the end of July, but definitely more in August. So then Mars will then join the South Node from about the 14th to the 20th. And we are definitely going to be very, very aware of the habitual patterns and actions and behaviors that are really kind of screwing us over, whether that be financially, resource-wise. This could be a really great time to get rid of old things that you're no longer, using. This could be a great time to get rid of, just anything that is, kind of not aligned with you anymore, like getting rid of old stuff, selling old stuff, cleaning out the closet, so to say, quite literally, but also really, rearranging the way that you're going about things in a way so that they run more efficiently. Maybe you realize or addressing old financial, decisions or actions that you've taken that you've been now judging yourself for a long time. And it's like time to let that go, because it's now affecting your future, now affecting the things that you actually do desire and want to take action on. This could be a lot of different things. This is also very much the energy of work smarter, not harder. So if you've been putting way too much of yourself into something, or, and it's not really paying off, this would be kind of a time to really address that with Mars on the South Node in our second house. Alrighty, so then moving on, the sun finally moves into our first house on the 22nd, where it will immediately hit its opposition with Pluto for the few days following. And this is definitely going to be a very intense shift that we're feeling, especially after the 12th house Cancer energy, letting go, being vulnerable, releasing things, healing, surrendering, detoxing our lives, purging, cleansing, all of that. It's definitely a very cleansing month, honestly. Now it's kind of like, well, we need to face something that maybe we don't want to face. And it could have to do with our relationships. It could have to do with other people. It could have to do with what we think people expect of us, fitting in versus standing out. What's, good for everybody versus what's good for us. And we come to this kind of opposition where we are staring something in the face that has a lot of power in some way, shape, or form. It could be something from the past. It could be a secret. It could be, a friend or a relationship that is, not, that is going through something very dark or heavy or difficult. It could be, some kind of chaotic situation or scary situation, something that we're scared of. Either way, it is something. And, it could be even because this is the halfway point of the Sun-Pluto conjunction that we had back in January 2025 this year. It could also have something to do with that. Pluto is death and transformation and, dealing with like fear and power. And so anything to do with those things could come up. And now we are staring face to face with it. And I think that this is a situation where we have got to confront something, or we have got to be in our own power with something, or be in our integrity, honor, pride with something. It may take courage to face this, whatever it is. And right as we're facing this, the new moon happens right on the 24th. And this is definitely kind of like some kind of new beginning where we are almost like being transformed from facing this thing. Like we are going through some kind of transformation, metamorphosis from facing this thing that maybe we're scared of, or maybe that has had power over us, or maybe that has felt like a secret, or maybe that has been hidden or buried, or, maybe has to do with another person or a situation outside of us that we don't have control over. Whatever it is, it's like, whatever this is that we are facing, we are now being kind of transformed by it. And I think then this new beginning, this new chapter happens, this new kind of like new moon, new us really happens here, that takes us facing something that's felt heavy or difficult or disturbing, or facing a fear. But there's so much freedom that comes through that by embodying our own authenticity, our own courage, our own integrity. We move through it. And what's really interesting about this, before we move on really quick, is Venus and Gemini start squaring Mars and Virgo from our 11th to our 2nd. And again, the ruler of both of these is Mercury in our 1st. So this directly is kind of about us. It's about friends and finances and what we have to offer, giving and receiving in our social lives. But it's also about us. And so we could find ourselves up against kind of a decision, reflecting on the decisions that we've made, reflecting on who we really are in terms of, when it comes to our social life, when it comes to our finances, when it comes to what we have to offer, our skills, what, our behaviors surrounding those things, and the actions that we may have taken that got us here. And I think this is all leading to, again, the Sun Mercury Cazimi that happens not long after all of this. On the 31st, the Sun will then join Mercury retrograde. And it's like, boom, who we are and our sense of self, embodying, what we've embodied, now gives us the courage to understand Mercury, our truth and what is good for us. And then Mercury continues to retrograde and goes back until it opposes Pluto, which doesn't happen until August, but it will go back and then oppose Pluto again one last time. And that's kind of like facing the truth, speaking the truth, actually, not being scared to talk about something that, may have been previously feared or had power over us, or etc. And so this is all why I'm trying to say, and why I started with this month being so much about this regeneration period and healing and focusing, like working on ourselves, because yes, we can have fun and stuff too, but like we also are in this, like we're building up to this process of like a massive new change is coming for us at the end of the month and into August. We are going through some kind of new chapter of our identity, our energy, our vitality, our bodies. And we, like, this month is kind of the leading up to that. So I think that it's so important to allow yourself the energy reset this month, to focus on your spiritual hygiene this month, to get back in touch with your spirituality, your faith, your sense of surrender, and, not attaching to things, or being, so like working on your emotional intelligence, etc., because it's going to be very, very useful in the events that are following later this month and into August. When we can kind of face these, Leo Aquarian oppositions later, this is like kind of setting a new ground, a new beginning for how we're changing, how we've changed, realizing that we're not who we used to be, and that we can address whatever this is from the past. And I think it's going to take Mercury retrograding for us to realize that, like, hey, Yes, in the past, I would have addressed this in a way that I wasn't proud of, but I'm not that person anymore. I've changed, and I'm going to address this now in a different way. And I'm not going to let it take me out of my power. I'm going to face this, whatever it is, whatever this Pluto and Aquarius is going to represent in our 7th house of relationships and other people. Whatever this is, I can handle it. I can face it. I can deal with it. Okay, so that is what I see for us for the month of July, Leo risings. Let me know down below if that was helpful, if you feel like you already know what some of these things might be leading to for you. I'd love to know down below. Comment down below, sexy Leo rising, because you are boo. I appreciate you, my fellow Leo risings, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hello, my lovely Virgo risings, and welcome to your July horoscope for the month ahead. I hope you guys are doing fabulous. So for July Virgo risings, this month appears to be a month that is very, very much about your career, your future, and your long-term goals. What is the direction of your life? Where do you see your life going? Are you distracted by a lot of different things or what's going on on a bigger sense, and therefore aren't really asking the right questions? And I think that's what this month is very much about for you as a Virgo rising, asking the right questions and looking at what it is that you truly are capable of in terms of your life and your career, and not allowing old habits, old cycles, old insecurities, old things from the past to deter you from what you truly actually want and desire here. And so let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to pull your chart up on the screen here. You should be able to see your chart now. So as you can see, we have a lot going on in your career house this month. Uranus and Venus are going to be there, but they are going to be squaring you and the North Node in your 7th. But also what's even more than this is that Mercury, the ruler of your career house, is down here in Leo and is going to be going retrograde this month in your 12th. There's a lot of contemplation about your career. I think there's going to be a lot of contemplation about insecurities regarding your career. Are you worthy? Do you have what it takes? Can you make it happen? Are you good enough? Are you able to gather the confidence? Do you have confidence in your abilities and your skills? Or are you too hard on yourself? Are you too perfectionistic? And is that just holding you back and creating a cock block for your creativity and for the things that you want out of your life? What about the desires that you have long-term, the goals, the desires that you have long-term for your life? But not farther than that, Mars being in your 1st house here, being the ruler of your 8th, and Saturn in your 8th being the ruler of Pluto in your 6th. All of this connects, and it tells me that not only are you thinking about, am I worthy and good enough for what I want? Do I have what it takes? Do I have the skills? Do I have the capabilities? Or am I basically blocking myself because of criticism and perfectionism? But also, is it financially doable? Do I have it financially? There's a lot of, potential contemplative questions about your finances and your financial future. And do you have what it takes to be financially independent? Does the career that you desire create financial independence, or is it futile? Neptune, Saturn conjunct in your 8th. And then also, what about health? Health, wellness, self-care. Things that you may not have control over right now with Pluto in your 6th, in your day-to-day life, with your schedules, with your health, with your wellness, with your job, with your current job. And so these are a lot of connections here that are being made this month. And I think it's all really leading up to you really figuring out, number 1, what you want. Number 2, letting go of perfectionistic tendencies and being overly critical on yourself. Number 3, finding your worth, kind of maybe doing some inner child healing or some inner child work, realizing that you've been worthy and nothing and no one can take that away from you, which we may logically know, but do you know it fully on a very deep subconscious level? There could be a lot of exploring your past this month, exploring your inner child this month, with Mercury going retrograde in your 12th. being your chart ruler. You know, you're Mercury ruled, so Mercury is basically you. So there's a lot of deep reflection and contemplation happening this month on yourself, your confidence, your courage, your pride, understanding and perceiving your worth, how you've been perceiving yourself and your life, and what needs to change on these levels. Old habits, old cycles that you get stuck in that keep you from seeing your sense of worth or your sense of pride. Really releasing a lot of stuff from the past to do with other relationships and financial connections and financial relationships and all of that. And so I think that is really the name of the game this month, as you are contemplating maybe some desires that you have for your life, for your purpose, for where you're headed, for your dreams, for your achievements, for your career, but maybe they contradict each other. Maybe you have two different desires that contradict each other, or maybe there's one desire, but there's a lot of other contradictions in your life right now that are making that difficult for you. But Uranus here is seeking this month, you know, moving into your 10th house for the first time, is really seeking to liberate you from your past so that you can start looking towards your future. I'm just now getting out of my Uranus 10th house transit, and I remember when it first entered my 10th house, it was obviously, opposing a lot of stuff in my 4th, including my IC, and I really, it was like my foundation just became completely unstable, but it all led to basically this whole journey. And my foundation becoming unstable and being destabilized, I ended up finding my power and ended up realizing what I was capable of and ended up upgrading my whole entire life in the matter of a few months. And ended up starting to do this, ended up starting this channel. And started going after the things that I truly desired. And so Uranus moving into your 10th, I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen to you, but this is about liberating you from old, stuck belief patterns from your past, where you've become dogmatic and very stubborn about how you want to look at things from your life, or how you view your life, or how you view your childhood, or why you are the way you are, or why you've come to the way, why you're at where you're at, how you were raised, etc. Uranus is going to destabilize that and free you from that, liberate you from those old beliefs so that you can experiment more in your career and have the freedom to experiment more in your career and find the things that you like, to look at your future from a different perspective, to look at it from a higher perspective, to change your life. This can be a very life-changing time for you as a Virgo rising with Uranus moving into your 10th. Like, you may look back on this time and be like, wow, everything changed. This is where it can feel like maybe other things are becoming unstable, but for the purpose of liberation, for the purpose of freedom, because you seek more freedom in your career with Uranus moving into the 10th. You seek more independence. You seek some kind of revolution in your career. This could be getting a career in tech, potentially, using your mind in some way or using your words in some way, shape, or form. This could be, experimenting with different things, moving into different things. And so that's really what I think July is the start of for you as a Virgo rising. Now, this may not all happen right in July, and for some of you, it could. Uranus is only going to give us a sneak preview for the next few months of what it's going to be doing in Gemini. But I think that you may start to find that you find certain idols or certain people to look up to that end up kind of embodying or having the career, the goals that you seek. And they may be different, or they may be outside the norm, or they may be not. Maybe they are on trend right now. Either way, it's like you are doing a lot of questioning this month on how do you hold yourself back, and what changes do you need to make to yourself, your body, maybe your health, your wellness, your skill sets, the way that you perceive yourself, the way that you look at yourself. Where are you holding your own self back? And what needs to be unraveled from the past so you can get clear on what your heart truly wants? So you can change the way that you think, so you can change the way that you go about things. And that's so much of what this month is about for you as a Virgo rising. So let's go ahead and start. Basically, on the 4th, we have Venus moving into the sign of Gemini. And once she does, she's actually going to be trining Pluto in your 6th. And this is going to be a really great connection for you. Something you are starting to become aware of, something that you like, want, are interested in, or something that you desire that has to do with your future, your career, your long-term goals, but also with, you know, something that you're doing on a day-to-day basis. So with Pluto in the 6th, this could be like maybe your health or a health situation drives you to being interested in this, or maybe something going on at your job or your work, or something that you've been very deeply, you know, kind of looking at on a day-to-day basis really drives this connection. But there's a really powerful energy here of getting very interested and looking towards your future and maybe learning something new, or getting very interested in what you want to do for a career. And then right after that, on July 7th, Uranus then moves in to Gemini and starts trining Pluto as well. And so this even more kind of validates that, okay, whatever this interest is, whatever this thing that's now caught your eye, or this, you know, like, or this desire that you have for your future, your career, your direction in life, your legacy, now Uranus is coming in to say, okay, let's shake shit up. Like, why not? Let's do it. You know, like, let's upgrade. Upgrading your life can be the name of the game right now. And with it trining Pluto, it's like, you know, again, potentially your health, or potentially something that you're very deeply focused on in your day-to-day life, or with a job, or with your work, or whatever, really is flowing with Uranus in your 10th. And so it's like something that's going on with your health or your job is really kind of pushing you to make some really big changes in your life, in your career, or at least starting to contemplate it. And so that's happening right as we begin the month. And then on the 10th, we're going to have a Capricorn full moon. And this full moon is actually going to trine Mars in your 1st house. And so whatever this full moon is bringing up for you in your 5th house likely has to do with potentially children, love, romance, interest, passions, hobbies, and coming to reality with some of these things, or seeing them in a new light, or even shedding some certain things, letting go of some things, especially with the trine to Mars, who will be very close to the South Node by this point. And so there's kind of this sense of like, you know what? Maybe I have been way too controlling, or maybe I have been too obsessive or too overly critical, or, you know, too particular about things regarding my children, or regarding things that I love to do, or hobbies that I have, or things that I'm passionate about. And so maybe it's time to change the way that I'm going about these things in my life, so that I can, you know, have a stronger relationship with my hobbies, my passions, love, romance, children, or your own inner child. And so this is going to be a really interesting time of that as we come up on that full moon around the 10th. And I'll be doing, you know, a full moon video like I always do around that time. And so then on the 17th, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your 12th house. And again, Mercury is your chart ruler. So this is a really big deal for you. Mercury also is ruling this, you know, Gemini, your career house, and your 1st house. And so there's a lot of deep introspective contemplation that starts happening here as you start maybe revisiting things from the past, or maybe start getting signs in your dreams, or maybe start kind of revisiting your relationship with honor, pride, courage, confidence, or your inner child. And all of this somehow is really relating to your career and your future, and your identity and self, body, health, vitality. And so it's like, if you want to, you know, stop being so overly critical of yourself, or even others, if you want to stop judging yourself, or if you want to stop feeling like you need to control every little thing, and maybe that's starting to wear on your body or your health or your vitality, and maybe it's now holding you back from the things that you desire for your life or your career or your future. Now it's time to start really reflecting on what insecurities are at the heart of this. Where did this come from? Why don't I believe that I'm enough? And so I really could see this kind of happening here, or at the very least, you are contemplating certain patterns, habits, or things from the past that are coming up during this time. So then right around the 14th to the 20th is when Mars does actually conjunct the South Node in your first house, which is definitely going to be indicative of, am I wanting to improve myself and improve my body, my appearance, etc., from a place of I'm not good enough? Or am I doing this just for the sake of growth? Not because I feel I'm not good enough, but because I just love to change and grow. This is also, I think, you finding out about how to work with your body or your health more, making certain changes that help you deal with things more efficiently or more smoothly. It's like, if I make this small fix or make this small tweak, things run more smoothly. Things are more efficient for my health, my body, my vitality. I have more energy. I think for a lot of Virgo risings, this could be you addressing energy problems, like where you're feeling drained or where you're exerting yourself or overexerting yourself too much or focused on like the wrong things. I think for a lot of you, this could also be facing digestive issues, as Virgo rules the digestive system. This could be you addressing physical, things going on or physical issues that you're having with your body, and how to make those necessary, practical, small changes that create a lot more efficiency in your life. And so I think that's going to be really huge around this time for you as a Virgo rising. And it's likely going to be very karmic, with it being conjunct the South Node as well. It's like these are karmic patterns, and you're seeing how they've been so karmic, or you're seeing where they've been kind of ingrained maybe from a young age or from other family members or whatever the case may be. Okay, so the next thing is that the sun moves out of Cancer, out of your 11th house and into your 12th house of Leo right around the 22nd, creating even more attention and more of a focus on that 12th house arena. You may feel a little bit at this time like you want to do your own thing, be more introverted, go within. You may feel more like yourself in situations where you feel more comfortable or more behind the scenes. And so this is definitely going to be a time where you could be really evaluating or contemplating where maybe you have repressed certain strengths of yours or confidence or pride and suppressed this within you. And then right around that time, the sun in your 12th is going to be opposing Pluto in your 6th. And this is going to be the halfway point of a cycle that started back in January of this year, mid to end January, when the sun first came up and conjuncted Pluto around that time. What happened in your life around that time? What was going on with your health, your wellness, your job, your schedule, all of that, your habits, what was going on or what was changing around that time? What kind of death and rebirth did you go through around that time? This could be bringing that back up, kind of checking in, seeing what's changed, how far you've come, and potentially maybe facing some other things that have power over you, or some other fears, or some other things that may need to change now that you're in a different place. And so this could be definitely showing you where you have repressed your sense of courage, or repressed your heart in some way, and how that is leading to certain deterioration with your day-to-day life, job, health, etc. And so it's like by addressing these behind the scenes things, you're almost able to overcome and face a lot of these fears and psychological issues that could be coming up around this time. So then from the 16th to the 23rd, we are then going to have Venus and Gemini in your 10th, squaring Mars in your sign in your first. And so this is definitely going to be a bit of a conflict that you start facing here where you realize that that you've got to change certain things about yourself and the way that you're doing things. You've got to put your energy into different places. You've got to be more discerning about what you're focused on, what you're putting your energy into, what you're taking action on. But also, you may feel like there are certain things that you want or that you desire for your future, your long-term goals, your career, but that maybe a lot of these things that you're focused on with your body or your health or for yourself are in some way holding you back. Maybe you're going through something where you're still trying to figure out your body, you're still trying to figure out your health, or you're still trying to figure out your energy, and you don't quite have the energy to put into whatever this is that you want for your career, your goals, or your future. Or maybe, you are still trying to make certain changes with yourself and you're still a bit unsure if you're going to have, or if you're going to be able to or capable of going after the things that you want for your future. And so again, I think this month is like you really coming to terms with like what you want for your future and seeing that you're able to have it. And that yes, just because you have maybe delays, setbacks, or challenges doesn't mean that you can't have it. You have more than enough time to do this. I know there may be pressure. You may be telling yourself you don't have a lot of time, but I think that so often we zoom way in and we think, oh my gosh, if this isn't done by this deadline, then I basically failed. And I think that here it's more so like when you make small changes and you take it one step at a time, one moment at a time, and you have faith, everything works out. You don't have to be in control of everything. And right now you may be dealing with some issues where you don't even feel like you are 100% in control of yourself or certain things going on with you or your energy. With Mars, being so close to the South Node during this time. But it also doesn't mean that you can't have what you want for your future. And that's basically what I'm trying to say here. So moving on from that, you then, on the 24th, are going to have the Leo new moon happening also in your 12th house and also still opposing Pluto. So there's this new beginning that now is coming from facing these fears and facing whatever this Pluto in your 6th house is with your health or job or routines that is giving you the courage to overcome these things and starting a massive new beginning for you of realizing what has been working against you or how you've been potentially even working against yourself in your subconscious behind the scenes life in some way, shape, or form. So then on the 31st, we're going to have the Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 12th, giving you a lot of insight and clarity as to what this Mercury retrograde in your 12th house has been about for you, and giving you a lot more direction on how to move forward with it by that time. And that's happening at the very end of July. And so that is basically what is happening in July, Virgo risings. Let me know down below how this resonated, or if you feel like a lot of these things could resonate in the month of July. I'd really love to hear your feedback and how this landed for you. Make sure to comment down below, sexy Virgo rising, because you are. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Libra risings, welcome to your July 2025 horoscope for the month ahead. This month in July looks a lot like for you a month that really amazing things are starting to happen for you in terms of your career and your vision for your future and your long-term goals, the things that you want to achieve. This is a very expansive and fertile time to create the life or the career that you really dream of and that you really want. And you're probably seeing the future probably feels a bit more expansive or optimistic or, bigger than maybe it did before. Now, the problems that you're going to be dealing with this month is that although things are finally looking up for you now in your career in July, there are a lot of things that you're going to be contemplating, questioning in terms of your social life, your relationships, your friendships, and the social groups and networking groups that you belong to. And we'll talk about why that is. But I think for the most part here, there may be a lot that is going on that you're starting to realize behind the scenes. There's a lot going on with other people maybe in your life that you didn't previously know, or there are some things coming back from the past that you're now having to address with relationships. There are friendships that you're kind of like, do I still fit in? Do I feel like I can be my authentic self or use my authentic voice in these relationships and these connections? And then there is a secret part that you have in all of this that we'll be going over. So I'm going to go ahead and put my chart up on the screen so you should be able to see it now, so we can kind of start going over the chart together first. So number one, it's Cancer season, and Jupiter is now in Cancer, now exalted in Cancer. So this is really, really great for expanding your vision of the future, expanding your career, really branching out. It's a very fertile sign. So this is really about you creating more growth, more opportunities in your career with success, having success with the things that you're doing, your worldly achievements, the things that you're actually, evolving towards in your life, the things that you want to evolve in your life. And so it's a really, really great time for that. Now, on the other end of that, though, we have your ruling planet Venus here in Gemini this month, in the month of July for the most part. And this is your 9th house. So that tells me that you're going to be, there's a large focus this month that really has to do on educational pursuits, mentorship pursuits, teaching, learning, your belief systems, your worldviews. A lot of these things are coming up, like your bigger picture things, right? Do you still believe what you thought you did? Are you still aligned with the beliefs, worldviews, morals, values that you used to be? Or have things changed? Do you feel like maybe there's some contradictions in terms of what you believe or what you like or what you're interested in or what sides that you choose, etc.? And so I think that this month you could find that, you're dealing with some conflicts. And the reason I say that is because Mercury, the ruler of Gemini, where Venus, your chart ruler, is going to be retrograding in Leo, your 11th house of social situations. Do you believe the same things as the people that you're around? Are you feeling like you've got to be put into a box to fit in? And that's really coming back around in July. Some of the Leo Aquarius oppositions that we were having at the end of last year and earlier this year, where you were really dealing with popularity, validation, going through your friends and social groups to see if you really aligned with the people that you were around, if you really had the same, beliefs and the same level of interest and relatability with them. And so anyway, I think that you could be really reevaluating a lot of that coming back around this month. Where are you at now? Are you willing to stand in your sense of integrity and authenticity, and use your voice, even if you have a difference of opinion with the people around you, even if you see things differently? And that's going to be a really big deal here. Now, also, we have some squares going on from Gemini to Mars in Virgo, and Mars in Virgo rules your 7th house of relationships, and Mars in Virgo is going to be on the South Node. So there could be a lot of things kind of coming out this month in terms of your relationship or marriage, partnerships, or friendships that have to do with the past. But I think that the bigger picture here, your part in all of this is really with Mars on the South Node in the 12th, ruling your 7th, is what part do you play in all of this? Have you been overexerting yourself? Have you been trying to cling to control so much, or trying to have control of all of these situations, that you have grown too attached and therefore have put yourself in some of these situations? So what I mean by that is, have you become too controlling, or have you overexerted yourself and kind of didn't allow other people to take the lead because you were holding on so much, or wanting to prove yourself, or overexerting yourself out of some sense of security, or feeling like you didn't want to lose somebody, so you just kept doing. And then now you're dealing with the situation maybe this month and you're like, wow, I really overexerted myself and it ended up pushing them away, or I really overexerted myself and it was all for nothing. So where do you have these subconscious control tendencies to do things a certain way or to try to make things the way that you want them. And just so you know, we all have these, okay? Like, we all do this to some extent. Like, you're not like a horrible person if you're doing this, okay? So this is not for you to beat up on yourself or anything. But you could be finding that right now there's a lack of control that you may feel regarding relationships, regarding certain social situations, or maybe your own perfectionistic tendencies or your own fears were really driving you to exert so much energy into certain social situations, relational situations, that now you're exhausted and it didn't end up working out the way that you wanted anyway. And so that's what I really think the kind of challenge is this month for you. This is going to be kind of a test in like, can you be true to yourself? Can you not work against yourself with old perfectionistic tendencies, with old overexerting yourself tendencies to try to prove yourself or prove your worth or prove your value? There are certain things that you cannot fix. Mars and Virgo on the South Node in your 12th. There are certain things that it's like, the 12th house is self-undoing. The 12th house is where you work against yourself. Now, I could see this for some Libra risings. I'm not saying all. This is only going to be for some of you guys, a few of you guys, where this Mars in your 12th on the South Node, being the ruler of your 7th, really could bring out a nasty relationship situation. Maybe something is exposed from the past, or maybe something that was, once hidden kind of comes to light. And that doesn't always necessarily have to be a bad thing. It could be like maybe a partner is finally offloading something and it brings you closer. Or maybe it is kind of a bad thing where, they betrayed your trust, or you weren't who they were, who you thought they were, etc. But I'm not saying that, necessarily when I'm talking about Mars on the South Node in your 12th house, that you're to blame for somebody else's shitty actions or behavior, because that's not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying is that with Mars in the 12th house, there's a hidden way here in which you are working against yourself, in which you are following some karmic pattern that is keeping you in a cycle or a loop, and that is draining your energy. And that has something to do with you needing to fix things or be in control, or your perfectionism, or, it's being driven from a sense of, I want to be in control, or I know how to do it better, or things would be better if. How can I make things better? Which comes from a place of lack rather than a place of fullness. And when you are driven from that place of lack, a lot of the times we end up creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. So let me know so far, Libra risings, if any of that is resonating with you. And if you could see some of this stuff already building in your life here. I don't want to scare you. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be all of you where some, shitty thing is exposed from behind the scenes with relationships. So I don't want you to, if you know that your relationship is fine, don't get paranoid about that or anything. But I mean, Saturn and Neptune have been in your 7th house now. So you've been getting a taste of what this is like. And there has been, some squares to your 10th house, to Jupiter and the sun, especially end of July or end of June, I mean. And so there's been this kind of push and pull, this expansion that you want to feel in your life. Maybe you want to feel more capable in your career or just leading your life in general. But maybe you're with somebody that is like, there's like a boundary problem, or they have a problem with that, or they're used to being, the one that's leading you in the partnership or something along those lines. There's been this kind of expansion, contraction, openness versus contraction between your career and your long-term goals, your future and the things that you desire, and your relationships and what's going on here and how you evolve through this. And so I think that that's been a lot of what you've been dealing with, moving into July. And then as July comes, you're going to be, with Venus and Gemini, wanting to kind of experiment and learn new things and see new perspectives and get out of your comfort zone and, go on maybe learning endeavors, travels, adventures, etc. But as you grow and learn new things, you may start finding yourself being a bit confused, or you may start running into contradictions. And those contradictions may then have you questioning what you believe in general, but also the social situations that you're in. If you fit in, if you should talk about it, if you tell the truth, if you speak your truth, if you speak what's on your heart. And then we have the massive outer planet of Uranus moving in Gemini this month as well, really, really upgrading and giving this electric energy to your house of beliefs, travels, your worldviews. You are likely about to have a massive mental awakening of how you view life, how you view the world, how you view your life, why you think you're here. Upgrading in terms of learning, teaching, education, and really kind of, this destabilization of maybe something that you used to think, or an old worldview, or an old way of perceiving your life. And so this is a massive month full of a lot of change, full of a lot of contemplation. And so let's go ahead and get into the dates. So first off, the very first few days of the month, Venus is going to conjunct Uranus in Taurus right at the very end degrees, as both of them are finishing their transit in Taurus. This is going to feel very good. I think this could feel like a very positive, liberating, even surprising situation regarding your finances, or partner's finances, or investments, or money that you're receiving in some way, shape, or form. There's kind of like this feeling of freedom potentially with a financial situation, or an investment, or a business decision, or something that you're very excited about that's really happening here. And then right on the 4th, Venus moves into Gemini from Taurus right on the 4th of July, where she enters your 9th house of education, teaching, learning, mentorship, self-development, worldviews, religious views, political views. So these are, you're going to start noticing, if you haven't already during Gemini season in June, you're going to start noticing that you are a lot more interested in these topics, that you are a lot more interested in potentially news, information, learning, speaking, talking about it, sharing different views, sharing different perspectives, seeing different opinions. Maybe you start researching, maybe you start reading, maybe you join a course, or maybe you're finding that you are enjoying the information buzz and learning things from it, and maybe feeling inspired because it has to do with something that you're intrigued by, or interested in, or feeling magnetized to. And so right as that's happening, though, Venus is then going to trine, Pluto in Aquarius in your 5th house. So not only are you feeling magnetized to learn about new things, and you're feeling more a little bit like a social butterfly and wanting to learn a little bit of this, learn a little bit of that, hear this perspective, hear that perspective. Maybe you start posting educational videos on TikTok or something, like this could be a good way that plays out. Or you find a course or like a program that you want to invest in, etc. But it's also trining Pluto in your 5th house, and your 5th house really deals with the things that you're very passionate about and interested in, and hobbies that you have, creative endeavors, things that you do for fun and entertainment. So you're deeply passionate about whatever this is. You feel deeply involved. Now, you do have to watch, though, that it's not coming from a place of fear with Pluto. Not that it's necessarily bad if it is, but if you're coming from this place of like doom and gloom, I'm getting into this because I'm scared for my children, Pluto in the 5th house, or I'm scared for the world or humanity, not that can't drive a awakening or some kind of educational journey, because it so can. You can definitely learn a lot from that energy. The only reason I'm saying be careful is because you might find yourself obsessing Pluto, Venus, trine. You might find yourself obsessing to the point where, again, you are doing this maybe potentially out of a place of this 12th house Mars on the South Node trying to control the situation, and this is your only way that you know how. And usually when that happens, when we become so attached and in fear, and the only thing that we know how to do, or the only thing that we know to do, is to spew all of that out into the world, we are then spewing that energetic frequency out into the world, right? And then we eventually, a lot of the times, end up creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. And so that is all that I'm really saying with that. But there can be journeys that first start from a place of fear, from a place of feeling like you are, in fear, and that is driving your interest in something. And then that ends up leading to an awakening, which I could so see this being for some Libra risings, because then on July 7th, Uranus moves into Gemini for the first time. and also starts to enter into a trine with Pluto, which will never become, I'm pretty sure it doesn't become fully exact. It doesn't this month, I know that, but I think it becomes fully exact either next month or either when it re-enters Gemini. I can't exactly remember, but anyway, either way, I think this ends up driving this sense of destabilization, uncertainty, that could then lead to an awakening. So if it is driven from fear, could still lead to an awakening. Either way is what I'm saying. Or it could just derive from a really deep passion, interest, journey that you've been on that has been very cathartic and transformative, that really drives this interest now in whatever Uranus and Gemini is bringing up. Self-development. It could be, like I said, a learning endeavor, mentorship, teaching, education, meeting new people, journalism, writing, publishing. These are different ways that it could play out. Music, anything about with Gemini in the 9th, getting sound, words, information out in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so moving on from that, we then have on the 10th, the Capricorn full moon happening in your 4th house, which will trine Mars on the south node in your 12th. And so this full moon in the 4th house is definitely going to bring up a focus on your home, family, foundation, personal life, your roots, where you come from, and maybe even your past or childhood could really come in there. With the trine to Mars in the 12th, it's definitely bringing in potentially old cycles, the past, subconscious cycles. Maybe it's affecting your dreams. It's affecting the way that you are exerting and using energy, or the reason maybe that you're feeling a bit drained, or it's trying to show you something about your own subconscious in some way, shape, or form. And so we'll talk more about that during that full moon video, but that's happening on the 10th. So from the 14th to the 20th is when Mars actually really joins the south node. So in those few days, we'll probably be feeling it the most intense. And this is really where you're going to be feeling potentially something going on, or something being untangled or unraveled in terms of energy, in terms of a change, in terms of your relationships. Mars also rules your 2nd house of Scorpio. So your values, priorities, things that you depend on, or finances. This could be getting rid of a lot of old possessions or belongings or assets. This could be, selling old stuff so it's out of your way. This could be cleaning out hidden or old spaces that have been needed to be cleaned out forever. This could be situations or challenges coming up within your relationships, karmic situations and challenges coming up from the past, karmic challenges coming up subconsciously for you, or with habits, patterns, where you're potentially working against yourself, like I talked about in the beginning, or putting yourself in situations that, you don't necessarily need to be putting yourself in, or overexerting yourself and then feeling unappreciated. Okay, perfectionism, being overly critical, etc. So that you're really going to be feeling that around that time. And then Mercury is going to go retrograde right on July 17th in your 11th house. And then that is when you really start, I think, noticing by that point, potentially a shift in how you're going about your social connections, or how you're thinking about your social connections and the friendships and social groups that you thrive in or that you relate to. And are you still thriving in them? Are they aligned? Are you really passionate about them? Do you feel you can speak authentically in these groups, or speak your truth in these friendships? So then from the 22nd onward, we really start dealing with a whole different kind of vibe here. The sun will enter Leo and immediately start its opposition with Pluto. This is basically the halfway point of a story that started back in January of this year, mid to end January, what was going on in your life around that time. The sun now being in Leo really puts a focus and a spotlight on your 11th house of friendships, popularity, validation, your social life, being seen, being heard, and putting yourself out there. And Pluto in your 5th house is really like, okay, well, maybe there are some hidden things about you that you feel wouldn't help you, or that you feel would make people not like you. Or maybe you have your own kind of different, weird, out of the norm views on things that you feel like people wouldn't agree with. Or maybe you have your own different, weird, out of the norm interest or insecurities that are holding you back in terms of your social life in some way. And so you've struggled with embracing your authenticity, or you've struggled with needing validation from others and not really accepting your shadow in some way. And so with the sun coming in on the 22nd and then making a new moon on the 24th, right as it is, exact in its opposition to Pluto, this is really going to bring up those themes again, and really going to bring up a new beginning that's really challenging you to confront this shadow and to confront these issues and to stand in your authenticity, to embody your authenticity, speak and embody your truth. Okay? So, and then in the middle of all that, from like the 16th to the 23rd, Venus, your ruling planet, is going to be squaring Mars in Virgo. And this is starting this Venus-Mars conflict between what we want and what we prefer and what we desire versus the actions that we need to take, or the changes or the behaviors that are being exhibited. And so, luckily, this is not the worst place to have this, though, with Venus in the 9th. Mars in the 12th is a little bit but Venus in the 9th is not that bad. So you could be really going through contemplating what you want in terms of your educational journey, in terms of what you believe and what you want with that, but feeling very challenged because of old habits, old patterns, old karmic cycles, old addictions, old relationships with other people. It's like you're maybe going through this time of like, should I hang on to my past and what I've been taught up until this point, or should I let that go and open my mind to something new? And so it's like, maybe it's also kind of like, maybe you get really involved in this like new way of thinking, this new way of believing, and you're starting to become very interested in it, but it involves you to make some really personal changes to some old cycles that you've had for a long time now, or some old habits that you've had for a long time now. And you're kind of going back and forth, like, I really want this change, or I want to be a part of this belief, or I want to adapt to this new way of thinking or believing, or this new religion, or these new, morals and values. But like, I don't know, like I've had these cycles or I've had these patterns forever, like, can I do it? Right? And it's kind of this push and pull between letting go of old energy versus going after what you want and your new way of viewing and perceiving things. And so that's coming up from the 16th to the 23rd. And then on the 24th, we have the Leo new moon, like I said, opposing Pluto. I already went over that. And then on the 30th, Venus, your ruling planet, then moves into Cancer, your 10th house, where you will definitely be feeling more magnetized and lured towards your career, your profession, your goals, and really more interested in making those things feel good, feel better, uplifting other people, uplifting yourself, kind of relying on your sense of feminine power in the 10th house. And so during that Venus transit in your 10th house, though, it will start squaring Saturn and Neptune in your 7th. And so there will be, again, this push and pull between something that you want for your future, your career, your long-term goals, kind of rising and expanding into your own power and, focusing on the success that you desire to have, versus something going on within your relationships that you are trying to figure out or wrap your head around. Some kind of karmic thing going on with another person in your life, or some kind of difficult thing or challenge going on with another person in your life, and wondering if you're seeing it clearly or if you're being realistic, etc., versus what you want for your future, your success, your achievements, and your long-term goals. Okay, and so then on the 31st, we'll have the Sun Mercury retrograde Cazimi, bringing a lot of attention and clarity to this Mercury retrograde in your 11th house of friendships and all of that I've talked about. And that is how we end July. So Let me know down below, Libra risings, if this resonated, if you could see this resonating, if you feel like this was really helpful. I'd love to hear your feedback. Comment down below, sexy Libra rising, because you are. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Scorpio risings, welcome to your July horoscope for the month ahead. And this month, Scorpio, I'm really feeling for you that if you have been trying to fit in anywhere, it may be time for you to say F it and just stand out. And there's a reason that I am saying that we will go over. You should be able to see it now on the screen. But I feel here, looking at your chart, that there's a lot going on in terms of other people, friendships, groups, social situations. There's a lot going on in terms of work, health, and day-to-day routines. And there is some other stuff going on this month surrounding your career, your future, your long-term goals, which can also really relate to your work and your health. But more importantly, the North Node is here in Pisces. And I think more than anything that there's a part of you that has really been working very hard on what you want, your aspirations, your goals, your achievements, trying to line everything up, trying to make sure it's all organized, trying to, potentially network or fit into certain places or make a difference, whatever the case may be. This could be with like colleagues at work, collaborating with people at work, co-workers. This could be a whole separate social group or friend group that has nothing to do with your work. Maybe you're aligned with this group because of other interests. I don't really know. I just know that if you are overexerting yourself, Mars in the 11th with the South Node in Virgo, if you are trying to control too much, you're going to get a big slap in the face that tells you that you cannot control other people, that you cannot control how other people see you, if other people like you. You cannot control the validation that you receive. Okay, Mercury retrograde in the 10th. And, we have a lot going on this month where it's like you are going to be facing these things by the end of the month. So even if they don't resonate right now, just wait until the end of July. Because you are going to be facing that you are able to shine all on your own, and that whatever insecurities, fears, things from the past are driving you, or personal matters, family matters are driving you, you're able to face them. Okay? And so I think that, with Saturn and Neptune in your 6th, there's some heavy stuff going on, or some confusing stuff going on, one of the two, in your work, health, your work or health life, your day-to-day schedules. Plus with Mars being the ruler of that in your 11th, it's like you're trying to do everything that you can do, all of the little things, all of the organizing. Maybe you're organizing an event, or you're organizing something to do with other people in some way, but you're trying to do everything that you can do. And I think that there's going to be a huge moment this month where something doesn't work out the way that you thought it was, or there's a delay, or there's a setback, and it's not to rain on your parade, okay? Because Mercury rules Virgo, and Mercury is going to be in your 10th going retrograde on the 17th. But more so you reflect on your intentions behind why you're doing all of this. Is it for validation, respect, honor, appreciation? Which, if so, it is out of insecurity or feeling not good enough. And I think that a big lesson that I keep coming across with many of these readings is that when you overexert yourself to prove yourself, or to, gain something from it, whether it be validation, appreciation, love, whatever, you're basically saying that you're not enough as you are. And it's not that you can't work hard to create amazing things, okay? That's not what I'm saying. But it's more so the energy behind it, that little energetic, entanglement behind it that's like, I'm doing it because I'm not good enough and I need to improve, versus I'm doing it because I am good enough and I love to improve. I love to see who I become in the process. But I'm also good enough now and I don't need to. Do you see the difference? Like, there's a massive, it sounds small, but that small shift makes the biggest impact. That small firework, 4th of July this month, makes the big explosion. And so, and with Jupiter being in your 9th and it being Cancer season, I think this is like, give yourself some time to get back to the perspectives and the views and the beliefs and the educational pursuits that you're most familiar with, that bring you back to your own energy, your own sense of heart, your own energetic alignment. And, also Mercury rules your 8th house. So there's a lot that could be going on financially, with business, if you have a business, or with investments, or with making big changes this month financially that you're likely doing for a work-related thing, or by trying to pursue a project, or by trying to market your services, or by trying to put yourself out there. Like, the best way that I can describe this is like, I'm just going to use like a metaphor. Like, you have a business maybe, right? And you are like trying to put yourself out there, market your services, and you keep focusing on the fact that like, well, this person can market their services and this person can market their services. So I just need to learn better. Like, I just need to learn more about marketing. And you learn all this about marketing, and you keep putting energy into it, and you're putting more energy into it. And then you're like overexerting yourself, and you're trying to do it like you see how everybody else is doing it, but it's like not working. And then somewhere along the lines, you've like forgot along the way that like, you really just need to be authentic, and that is the energy that like brings people in, because then you stand out. So if you're doing it like everybody else, then you just blend in anyway. And so it's like actually about you standing out. And then you realize that when you have that big epiphany and you allow yourself to stand out and you allow yourself to face these shadows that are causing you to be so perfectionistic and overly critical and overexerting yourself and trying to prove yourself anyway, when you address the things behind all of that, that you feel more like yourself, and then you don't have to overexert yourself because you're just being yourself, and you're really only all doing it because you love it. Because you love it, and you trust that Pisces 5th house North Node, that because I love it, I have faith in it, and therefore it all works out. Something I love cannot be wrong. Love cannot be wrong. But if I get lost in all the mechanics and the details and how everybody else is doing it, and it needs to be done this perfect way, and it needs to be step-by-step process, and I missed a step, and I got to go back and do the step, and then I got to do this, and I got to do that, but it's not working, and oh my gosh, I'm a failure, and oh my gosh, it means that what's the worst it can mean? I'm not enough. I failed. I didn't do it right. You only fail, number 1, if you quit and you give up. Number 2, you're literally worthy. You were born worthy, and still are. The only thing that's changed is like you put a limit on what made you worthy or not, right? So basically what I'm saying, that's all just a metaphor that I've particularly been through and seen a lot of other people go through in the business world. But all just a metaphor to say that trust the things that bring you a sense of joy. Trust your creativity, not the how-to book, because you're here to find your own direction. You're here to find your own way. You're here to trust your feelings, your creativity. Jupiter now in Cancer, being exalted, ruling your 5th house of Pisces. You're here to expand by your own principles, your own codes, your own beliefs. And so that's kind of a metaphor for how I see this. Obviously, plug out and plug in your situation, but either way, I think that the lessons here are the same, whether you have a business or not, whether it's about a business or not, whether it's about your career, whether it's about your job, your boss, your relationship, whatever the case may be, similar lessons. Where are you overexerting yourself and from what place? And where is it actually just draining you and doing the opposite of what it's supposed to be doing? Where are you wasting your energy? And then also with Mars on the South Node in your 11th, are you actually wasting so much of it? It's almost like a singer that has like a talent, and they're super creative and like they want to sing and they want to put themselves out there, it's almost like going, like that singer, before they even start singing for anybody, they just go and start trying to find their people, right? So they just go and they like make a checklist and they're like, okay, I need people that like this genre and that are kind of like into this music and that kind of like this tone of voice and that have been through these life situations and that have done this, this, and that. I need these type of people. So I'm going to travel all over and try to find these types of people and get them to like me before I even sing with them, sing for them, before they even know, right? That's like Virgo South Node with Mars in the 11th house. Let me go do a bunch of shit that I don't even know if it sounds good in theory. It sounds like a really good plan, right? Like, yeah, you have a total whole freaking checklist, step-by-step plan of like the people that you want, right? But Pisces North Node is like, just show up somewhere and effing sing. Just show up and sing. Then your people find you and you trust, right? That's how I see this. So whether it's like a creative project that you're working on, a work situation, whatever it is, a relationship, apply this kind of, metaphor to it. Apply this kind of thinking to it. I think that this month you could find that you maybe, realize that you've been overexerting yourself or trying to control the people in your life. Or maybe vice versa. Maybe there's a controlling friend in your life or a group that just is starting to make you feel like these people are freaking exhausting. Like, I can't do this anymore, Like maybe you're starting to question your social environments and the social groups that you belong to and the friend groups that you belong to. Maybe some of them start fading away. But again, North Node and Pisces in the 5th, sing. Be you. Embody who you are, your voice, your authenticity, your courage, yourself, and the right people will find you. You don't have to go chasing them down, knocking door to door. Okay, so let's go ahead now and get into the actual transits of this month. So, from the 1st to the 3rd, Venus is going to conjunct Uranus in your 7th house of Taurus right before they move into Gemini. And this is really fun and exciting. Maybe there's a fun and exciting situation going on in your relationship or something really surprising or exciting happening for your partner. Maybe there's this feeling of like freedom and flirtation and like, this like electrifying vibe going on within your relationship these last few days of June, right before they shift. But either way, it's like there's something really ecstatic and fun going on in terms of love and relationships in your life, right? Not the last few days of June, but the first few days of July, I meant. And then on the 4th, Venus moves into Gemini in your 8th house. So there is kind of a shift of, you and your partner may be worrying a bit more about, okay, what are we doing from here? What do we want to invest in? What do we want to do with our money? What's going on with finances? Do we want to make a new purchase? Do we want to pay off some debt? Something along those lines. Maybe there's something going on with their finances at the time. And then on top of that, Venus starts to trine Pluto right when she moves into Gemini, those first few days that she's in Gemini, in your 4th house. So it's like maybe there's a situation going on in the private life with the home and family, and that really kind of escalates to, okay, let's do something about this, or we finally have what we need to do something about this, or we're finally going to purchase something to do something about this, right? In some way, shape, or form. It's like maybe you're making a change to your home and you're making the purchase financially, or you're making an investment to make a change, to your home or to your family, etc. Now, on the 7th, we then have Gemini or Uranus entering Gemini for the first time. And this is going to be really interesting. Uranus is going to trine Pluto as well, right when it enters down in your 4th house. So this is going to lead to a really big kind of shift going on in the 8th house, where you really start feeling like I am ready to upgrade some shit financially with my investments or with like my income streams, or me and my partner are working together with Venus in your 8th house as well, ruling your 7th. Me and my partner are working together to upgrade our financial lives, or to upgrade our assets, or to make some really big radical changes to revolutionize our lives in some way, or our lifestyles in some way. There's something here. Maybe you are finally like, you know what? Okay, I want to break free of these old family cycles, or these old ancestry curses, and I'm going to finally do something that's really liberating, or that's really freeing in some way, shape, or form. It's like a lot of really big changes and upgrades can really happen around this time, but it can be caused sometimes with Uranus by some uncertainty, or by a destabilization that starts happening first, like a breakdown before the breakthrough or the build back up. Okay, so pay attention to that. It's like, you know what, you may even start having this feeling like, you know what, we're not going to be here forever. We're not going to live here forever. Like, let's make the freaking most of it. Like, and maybe you start researching or changing, educating yourself, and changing some things within your finances, moving some pieces around, experimenting, something along those lines. Again, Mercury is going to be in your 10th while this is happening. So this really could relate to your career as well. Maybe you start like, you're like, you know what, I'm going to go for that promotion, or I'm going to, upgrade myself and teach myself more, so I have a better skill set to actually achieve the things that I want to achieve in my life. Whatever the case may be, there's something really revolutionizing here in terms of your shared financial arena. And so then on the 10th, we're going to have the Capricorn full moon, which is going to be interesting because it is going to be trining Mars and Virgo. From your 3rd house. But either way, this could be that this is kind of potentially the start of you really noticing that there's some things that you want to change, or there are some situations going on in your social life. And it's kind of like, okay, how do I want to go about them? Or how do I want to, shift the environments or the way that I'm going about this social life dynamic, or these social life situations in some way. And we'll talk more about the Capricorn full moon and its video that I do every month. So, okay. Then Mars actually conjuncts the South Node on the 20th. Again, this is in your 11th house of groups, friends, your social life, people that you have a shared interest with, networking. I cannot speak for some reason. Networking, all of that, events, social gatherings, all of that. And so, like I said, this is kind of like, where have you been being over perfectionistic, or hanging on to control, or not having faith, or being overly critical, or kind of trying to take the wheels too much? Or where have you been around people that feel like they've been maybe doing this to you? It could be either or, right? It's like, okay, my management team or this friend group that I'm in is just too picky, or too controlling, or too judgmental, or like whatever the case may be, and I want to make some changes here. On the 17th, so a couple days before that, we have Mercury retrograding in your 10th house, which I've also talked about. So this is where there's going to be kind of a recontemplation of how you have been using your voice, and the things that you truly feel passionate about, the decisions that you're making in terms of your career, in terms of being in the spotlight, in terms of success, in terms of putting yourself out there, in terms of validation, in terms of being seen, in terms of the legacy that you want to leave behind, in terms of fame or being known in some way, etc. So Mercury retrograding here is really like, okay, maybe you lose some connections that you once had, and you have to start reevaluating, like, what does that mean for my career? Because maybe those connections helped me get to where I am now, and what does this mean for me now? Or maybe, a lot of the social life stuff is now somehow playing into how you're thinking about your career, your work, your job, etc. in some way. And so you're kind of like now backtracking and rethinking things at this point because of whatever's been going on in your social life. Okay. And so then, and Mercury will be retrograde from the 17th of July till like basically August. So keep that in mind. And then also on the 22nd, the sun finally then enters your 10th house, and the sun rules your 10th house of Leo. So this is going to feel a lot better with the sun here. And it's also going to be shining a massive light on, again, the spotlight, putting yourself in the spotlight, being seen, validation, your career, your success, your long-term goals, your legacy, your achievements. Now, the problem with this, though, is that it's going to be directly opposing Pluto down in your 4th house. So whatever's going on behind the scenes in your home, in your personal life, fears from the past, old skeletons in your closet, feeling this need to fit in with your home and family, or the home and family dynamic that you're in, and the sun then moving into Leo and opposing that, there's going to be this opposition between facing your past, facing those old things going on in your personal life, or the whatever changes are going on in your personal life, and kind of rising into embodied leadership, kind of rising into courage and facing whatever has power over you. And, this could even be like something coming from your past that comes up, or that certain situations are bringing up around this time, or something kind of being exposed, and you now basically needing to rock it, needing to embrace it, and no longer hide from it, or no longer hide it, right? Like this, and a couple days later, from the 22nd to the 24th is when this is going to be happening. The 24th, we have the new moon in Leo, also opposing Pluto. So it's like a massive new chapter in your career that is made from the cathartic transformative process of you kind of being rebirthed from the flames or the ashes of the past, or whatever you've been hiding, or whatever you've been scared to face, or whatever has had power over you, in terms of being yourself, embracing who you are, embodying your authenticity, embodying your courage, embodying your true voice, in terms of your career, in terms of your spotlight, in terms of being seen, all of that. Okay. So then on the 23rd, let me delete some of this stuff first, so you know what we're looking at. So then on the 23rd, we're going to have Venus and Gemini here, then officially squaring Mars. And this is going to be pretty interesting, okay? Venus and Gemini in the 8th, what you are desiring to spend, what you are desiring to invest in, what you're desiring to do financially, what you're desiring to get involved in financially, versus other people, other plans, things not going your way, things changing or not working out the way that you had originally wanted in some way. So again, if some of you guys are organizing some event or doing some social thing this month, it could end up having some conflicts, setbacks, delays, or costing you a bit more financially than you originally anticipated, or you needing to have to delay it to rethink some things, like I kind of said in the beginning. So just kind of be aware of that. Maybe a friend ends up kind of ripping you off, or not paying you back like you thought they were going to originally, or something. This could go a lot of different ways, pretty much. Alrighty. So then let's see, what is next here? So on the 30th, Venus then leaves your 8th house and moves into Cancer, where the focus will mainly shift to, again, more about what you believe and what you want out of your life in terms of your beliefs and your morals and all of that. But she will square Saturn and Neptune down here in Aries in your 6th, which will likely bring some challenge or intensity in terms of your job, health, work, coworkers, employees, and versus maybe like a vacation that you want to take, or a different view that you have, or different morals or policies, or legal situations even for some of you. So then on the 31st, the Sun and Mercury will conjunct while Mercury is still retrograde, bringing a lot of insight and clarity into this Mercury retrograde going on in your 10th house of career that we talked about. So that's how the month ends on July 31st. And so that is basically what we have going on for the month of July for you Scorpio risings. Let me know down below how all that is landing, if you feel like it related, if you feel like, you could see a lot of these things happening, or you already see the build up to some of these things happening. I'd really love to hear your feedback. Comment down below, sexy Scorpio rising, because you are. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Alrighty, Sagittarius risings, welcome to your July horoscope for the month ahead. I hope you guys are doing fabulous. So let's get into this crazy month. And as I look at your chart, I just really keep hearing that song. I think it's like by Rihanna, like work. Sorry if I am like butchering that, but like I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I know it like played on like the radio forever. I was never like a huge fan of it just because it was like so overplayed on like the radio. So if I butchered it, then that is likely why. But that is what I see when I look at your chart here. And your chart should be up on the screen now. But we have all this stuff happening with the South Node, Mars conjunct in your 10th house this month in the sign of Virgo. You are working hard at something and really trying to perfect something and really trying to get something organized and done efficiently and smoothly in the month of July. But your perfectionism and your way of doing it, or your attachment to how it all comes out, or it needing to be perfect, or your attachment to control really is somehow putting a lot of pressure on your relationships and potentially your partner if you're in a relationship, or relationships with other people in general. Maybe you're being overly critical, or you're being overly perfectionistic, or you're being overly controlling, or just working so much that maybe you just don't even have time to deal with what's going on in your relationships right now. Either way, there is something going on in July where there is something that you're very, very focused on in terms of achieving a goal or accomplishing something that I think you may go a little bit too far on, and you do have to be kind of mindful of that in some way. Because again, do remember the North Node is down here in Pisces, and it's showing us that we need to have faith. It's showing us how easy it is to have a plan and try to do things step by step and try to make it all work and try to be in control of all of it. But there are some things that we are just not going to have control over. And right now, if you start feeling overworked, if you start feeling like you are drained because you've been just throwing everything at the wall this month and seeing what sticks, or you've just been working so hard, or you've just been putting so much of your energy into going somewhere and it feels like it's backfiring with the South Node there, it feels like it's not working, or it feels like it's draining, or it feels like it's not getting you anywhere, this is a time where you've got to trust in your family. You've got to trust in, you've just got to trust. You've got to, maybe spend more time with your family. Don't forget to balance out that work with relaxation. Don't forget to balance out that work with spending time with the ones that you care about, the ones that you love, or spending time, rejuvenating yourself, healing, etc. And I think this month you could really run into some conflicts, though, between whatever it is that you're building towards, or whatever it is that you're working towards, and like I said, your relationships in some way, shape, or form. Now, the crazy thing is that Mercury rules both your 10th and your 7th, and Mercury is going to be retrograding this month in your 9th. And I think this is going to really come down to like, okay, I really wanted this thing, and I was really working towards this thing, or I am really working towards this thing, or I really wanted to achieve whatever this is that I'm working towards in my life, in my career, this project or this goal or whatever it was. And I can tell that it is like creating a divide within my relationships, or I can tell that it's upsetting other people in some way, or other people are not being as supportive as I would like them to be, or I'm not being as supportive to them as I would like to be. But Mercury retrograding in Leo, ruling both your 7th and 10th, is like, okay, but what is the bigger picture here? Have we forgotten the bigger picture, the meaning, the purpose of all this? What is the purpose of all this? What really matters? Like, that's really what it's about. What really matters? Again, where's your faith? Where's your faith? Where's your faith in love? Where's your faith in courage? Where's your faith in authenticity? Where's your faith in fun? Where's your faith in having a good time while you're doing it? Leo in the 9th house is like maybe operating from the philosophy of like, as long as I'm myself, as long as I'm having fun, as long as it's entertaining me, then let's go. But if you're miserable hammering away on whatever this is, Mars, Virgo, South Node, and the 10th, if you're putting all this energy towards it, and it needs to be perfect, and it needs to be like this, and it needs to be like that, and nobody else is listening, yada, 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 are you really having fun at that point? I think there's a lot of fun to be had with other people and with your relationships this month, with your partner this month, if you're in a relationship, with your love life. But you've got to create the time in your busy schedule to do that. You've got to also trust in your partner as well. And the whole reason I'm saying that is because Mercury rules your 7th house, but the ruler of Mercury right now is the sun, and the sun is in your 8th house for most of the month with Jupiter. Trust in your partner, trust in those you love, trust in your family, and be okay with depending on other people sometimes. You don't got to do it all yourself. Be okay with delegating sometimes. Be okay with allowing others to support you and you supporting other people. Be okay with vulnerability. I think that's like the true lesson here. And so that's what I'm seeing, you know, and kind of just using some metaphorical analogies there. What I'm kind of seeing when I look at this chart, Sag rising, you'll have to let me know down below if you could really see that resonating. And maybe you're not like hammering away at something just yet. You know, I'm filming this at the end of June. I don't know if you'll see this like, you know, right before July or right in the beginning of July or not. But like, so maybe it's not all the way landing right this second. But I think as July goes on and as Mars gets closer to that south node and your midheaven, if your midheaven is in Virgo in your 10th, then I think that you're going to find that you are exerting a lot of energy towards something. But it's like, where's that coming from? Is it coming from a place, like an energetic place of fear and insecurity and like, I'm not good enough unless I like improve my life to the fullest right now and put all my energy into this and ignore everything else? Or is it like, you know, I'm doing this because I love it and because I'm passionate about it and because I am good enough and I'm also capable of supporting other things in my life while I focus on this as well. Those are two very different energies, right? And so that's what I would kind of just be aware of going into July as a Sag rising. Now, what is nice is that your planet, since I didn't get to do horoscopes last month, Jupiter, Big Daddy Jupiter, is exalted in Cancer now. So you have your exalted ruling planet for the rest of this year in your 8th. Definitely giving you probably a lot of great insight and ideas and fertile ground to create a new lifestyle, whether that be financially, whether that be through, you know, a business endeavor, whatever it may be, your investments, the things that you're investing in, the things that, you know, the inner power, energetic work that comes with all of that. Either way, it's like there's a lot of fertile ground for growth right now financially, but not even just that, but also in terms of what, like emotionally, and what feels good energetically. So it's not just about the physical things that come from that. It's like about growing internally, getting into like energetic emotional alignment within, and therefore you exude it and basically manifest those things, right? Manifest the physical things. I have a Pisces 8th house, so I have a water 8th house too, and I found that that's so much of what it's about. And Pisces is also a Jupiter ruled sign, so even though Cancer is not, it's, you know, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer still. So anyway, so let's go ahead and go through the actual transits this month, date by date. The first 3 days of the month, Venus and Uranus will conjunct in Taurus right before they leave. This is your 6th house. This could be a very liberating time the first few days of the month, or a very exciting time of you upgrading or breaking free or making some exciting changes in terms of your health, your wellness, or your job and day-to-day schedules and routines. So that's definitely a really exciting way to start the month. And then Venus will then move into Gemini right on the 4th of July in your 7th house, really creating more of a focus on your relationships, more of a focus on love, romance, flirting, you know, your social life in general as well. It doesn't just have to be a romantic partner, but it could be friendships. You may find yourself feeling more talkative, feeling more social, you know, feeling more like you want to charm others, or feeling more charmed by others in some way, shape, or form. But this definitely is a really good energy for love and relationships and connection right now. And so then as well, Venus is going to trine Pluto in your 3rd house, also a social house. You may find yourself getting invited to more events or more things going on around you, or may find yourself more in deeper, meaningful conversation at this time, and all of that too. Now, the next big thing after that is on July 7th, Uranus then moves into your 7th house for the first time. And this is a really, really huge transit, one of the big ones of 2025. Uranus has been in Taurus since 2018. So this is a massive, massive shift and going to create a lot of change in terms of your relationship. So be prepared, buckle up. Now, Uranus does like to bring upgrades and liberation and revolution and evolution in whatever sign and house it moves into. But sometimes it does that through a process of uncertainty or destabilization. So sometimes it breaks things down in order to build them back up in a whole new different way. And so you may find this right off the bat, or you may not, but either way, you may find that your relationships start feeling very, very different from July 7th and over the next few months. Now, this is just a preview. Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus later this year. So it is just giving us like a few month preview of what's to come. But either way, it will also be opposing your first house. So if your ascendant is anywhere in the first, like I would say 5 to 10 degrees of Sagittarius, you're going to be feeling this Uranus transit even more intensely, as it's going to start really bringing in some uncertainty, or maybe shaking some things up in terms of your relationships and creating some changes. Now, for some people, this could be really exciting changes where you start feeling like, oh my gosh, you know what? I see where I need to loosen up, and I see where I need to kind of like let go and allow myself to like, evolve in terms of my relationships. And for others of you, it could feel like a sense of destabilization where there's all of a sudden a lack of clarity or lack of certainty or some confusion regarding your relationships. And that does make sense, as I said in the beginning, where maybe if a lot of you guys do end up going really very hard towards your goals or towards something you're working towards later on this month or throughout the month, it may make sense that the square between Mars and Venus and your 7th and 10th house, where it's almost like it's just easier not to focus on that because I don't know what to do about it right now, or it just feels uncertain right now, or it feels confusing right now, or I don't really know what's going on. But either way, it's like wherever you are not feeling free or liberated in your relationships, or where your partner isn't, will be very, very clear as Uranus transits through your 7th. And it will kind of show you where you need to experiment more in your relationships, or you need to give a little bit more or receive a little bit more, or you need to adapt more, or you may get, if you're not in a relationship, you may find that you start getting into really different, unique relationships or out of the box relationships, or you maybe experiment with speed dating or some kind of new dating regime or something. I don't know, but either way, it's going to be a very interesting time. And you may also find that you meet like kind of you have like surprise meets, like you kind of meet people out of nowhere, or like you meet people and surprisingly end up, really liking them, or something like that. Or you meet people in surprise places or unexpected places where there's like a lot of unexpected curveballs and plot twists in the relationship department that are starting with Uranus there. But overall, it seeks to free you, to liberate you, and to evolve you. Okay. And so then on the 10th, we're going to have the Capricorn full moon happening in your 2nd house of finances, money, assets, possessions, the things that you own, your skill sets, and the things that you depend on. This is definitely a time where you are maybe kind of realizing the way that you go about some things, or realizing some of the things that it's time to let go of, whether with possessions or whether with like things that you've held on to for too long that, it's time for them to go in some way, right? Could definitely be what this Capricorn full moon is about. It's also going to be trining Mars though in your 10th house, as Mars is coming up on the south node. So even more of a sense of like, okay, I need to let some of these things go, or maybe I've been relying on an old way of doing things, not just in my life, but in my career, or maybe I've been doing all this work and then also not feeling like it's not paying off, or like I'm not achieving what I wanted to achieve from it, or, and you start having those realizations around that time in some way. Okay. So then, right around the 17th, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your 9th house. You're going to be really rethinking your beliefs, rethinking potential learning endeavors, learning pursuits, educational pursuits, studies, your belief systems, your religious views, your world views. Like, it's going to be a time where you're kind of recontemplating what you think and what your truth is and what the meaning of everything is. And then on the 20th is when Mars is going to exactly conjunct the south node, but we'll be feeling it in like the week or two leading up to that anyway. And this is definitely the time where it's like, okay, maybe you realize that you've given your all to something that you're no longer even invested in, or maybe you realize that you've been overworking yourself or overexerting yourself. And it just hasn't paid off in the way that you hoped it would. Or maybe you realize it's time to kind of let go of an old way of doing something, or an old career, or an old project, or an old goal. You know, maybe it's like you finally achieve it and then it's like, you know what, this isn't exactly what I wanted or thought, you know, or this isn't as important to me as I wanted. Now, for some of you, it may not be that dramatic. For some of you, it may literally be a lesson in like working smarter instead of harder. And you realize that you just needed to tweak a few things, and things in your life would have ran so much more efficiently. And so you start finally doing that. Okay, so it's going to be different for different ones of you, but those are just some of the topics you could definitely get brought up. On the 22nd, the sun moves into Leo, and again has this focus on what you believe, your educational pursuits, your worldviews, the meaning of life, you know, learning and education, all of that jazz, legalities, your morals, you know, basically getting out of your comfort zone. Are you having fun? Are you are you the main character in your life? Or has there been, has there been some issues? Have you forgotten to have fun? Have you forgotten to be lighthearted? Have you been taking things too seriously? You know, all of that. And as the sun enters Leo, it's going to then oppose Pluto in the 3rd house. So this is definitely going to be a time, I think, for you Sagittarius risings, where you are kind of really facing some fears in terms of your views, your beliefs, your morals, your values, your ethics. The way that you see the world could be going through kind of a change over like the last 6 months or so. The way that you see your life, or the way that you believe, or your educational pursuits, or things that you're learning are really like changing your views in some way. And now you're kind of maybe facing some old fears or some old things that once had power over you, or you're finally seeing it from like a bigger picture. You could come face to face with like a fear at this time, or maybe somebody that doesn't believe what you believe. And it's like, you can allow something to have power over you, or you can face it with courage and an open heart. And it's like, I think that you're kind of doing that during this time. Okay, so, and then on the 24th, we have the Leo new moon, which is also opposite Pluto, creating some kind of new beginning, a new chapter based off of staring across at Pluto and facing, you know, that fear or whatever it is that has power over you, etc. Now, right before the 24th, on the 23rd is when Venus squares Mars as he's joining the South Node. From Gemini to your 10th. So, and you could be feeling this in about like the week leading up to the 23rd as well. So it's probably not going to be just right on the 23rd, but like the week leading up to it. And this is that tension between whatever it is you were working towards, or whatever it is that you wanted for your future, or whatever it is that, you know, you've been doing in your career, your job, etc., versus your love life, your relationships, and what you really want there. And I think you're kind of really trying to figure out like, what is more of a priority to you right now, and where you've maybe, you know, in some way potentially kind of sacrificed your love life or your relationship, or put that on the back burner to overexert yourself in this career to work towards whatever this was that you were working towards. And maybe in the beginning you had good intentions, but you could feel this conflict between your future goals, your career, and the things that you've been working towards, your achievements, versus your relationships, your social life, your love life, etc. So just kind of, you know, be aware of that at this time. So then on the 31st, the Sun and Mercury retrograde will come into their conjunction, the Cazimi, and you will get a lot of clarity and insight as to what this Mercury retrograde has been kind of teaching you by that time in terms of your beliefs, your educational pursuits, your worldviews, etc. And that happens on July 31st. So, and that is what we have for the month ahead in July, Sag risings. Let me know down below if that resonated, if you could see a lot of those things happening for you. I'd really love to hear your feedback about all of this, and comment down below, sexy Sag rising. If you watched until here, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this. I truly appreciate you, and I will see you guys in the next one. Alrighty, Capricorn risings, welcome to your July horoscope for the month ahead. I hope you guys are doing fabulous. Let's go ahead and jump into your reading. I'm going to put your chart up on the screen here so you should be able to see it now. And basically when I look at your chart this month, Capricorn, I really feel like, number one, I just keep going to this like Mars South Node conjunction in Virgo in most of these charts. But like number one, I really feel like this is a month where you could be kind of feeling like old beliefs or old actions that you have taken because of what you have believed, because of what you have believed about the world, or because of what your ideas of the world, or because of you seeing so much imperfection in the world. It could feel like, you are almost like finding some karmic challenges, some karmic issues with things that you once believed, views that you once had, ideas that you once felt, or worldly views or worldly ideas, worldly beliefs that you once had even. It could really seem like you are really trying to, in a way, like carry the world on your shoulders. And I know that sounds like super kind of tacky and cliche, but it's like you are potentially looking for, it's like you desire something in your life. You desire certain things in your life. You desire to see the world a certain way. And when reality does not fit that viewpoint, it can feel like you get kind of triggered, or you feel like, and you start almost, you like don't even realize it, but you start almost looking at the world through this way of imperfection, perfection and imperfection, purity and impurity. And because of that, it drives you to really put a lot of energy into something, or to get angry, or to take action, or to, try to like maybe even talk about your beliefs to others, or even sometimes like try to kind of control things for others. And then you end up feeling drained and exhausted, and feel even more like you have this view of the world that's so imperfect and so dirty and gross, and like why is this happening, and why are things so impure? And I think this month, some of that belief, and for others it could just be like, judgment or criticism, or overexerting yourself, and trying to take the wheel, other people's wheel, too much in your lives, trying to throw a rule book at everything, and stay inside the lines all the time, and get so mad at the people that draw outside the lines, like it's like the more that you do this, the more that you are just feeding this anger and this energy and this ball of energy that just keeps building and building and building and building. And so you kind of like erupt. And I think Mars coming up on the South Node in Virgo this month is like, where have you potentially unfairly been judging the world or others? But also, where have you potentially unfairly been judging yourself? Where have you potentially unfairly been criticizing yourself, or being mad at yourself, or making yourself feel guilty for not following a rule book, or for not drawing inside of the lines? And these are all analogies I'm using. So obviously I'm not saying that like this is 100% all of you right now. I'm just saying that like Virgo in the ninth makes me think of like, maybe like some of you guys had this like really like you were in this like really strict like religion or worldview or something growing up, and it was all about purity. And so like now you carry like a lot of shame that like when you don't do things right, or when other people don't do things according to your worldview or your rule book or your morals, like you get triggered, or you judge them, or you judge yourself, and you become overly critical. And I think like the lesson here at the South Node in Virgo in the ninth for you is like, it's not about you judging the world or yourself. It's about you living one day, one moment at a time, and having faith and having trust and letting go and surrendering, and not needing there to be a strict like structure for things. Like when I look at this, like Virgo in the ninth, Pisces in the third. Pisces in the third is like, okay, so hold on. Virgo in the ninth is like, watching the news and getting so triggered because it's like, oh my God, like people are how could they do this? People are so impure. People are so imperfect. People are this, people are that, people are this. They're just, why is like, is just everybody bad people, or is just everybody morally wrong? And of course you don't want to think that way. Like you think that you want to see the good in people, But if you're looking in the wrong places for the good, and then eventually you develop this subconscious shadow belief that like people are bad, you're going to start seeing that everywhere. People don't care, people are bad, you know, they're imperfect, they're whatever, right? It's like driving down the road and just constantly seeing all the people not following the rules, you know, and in your mind thinking that they just, you know, are totally and completely and intentionally bypassing them, and there's no other reason why they could be doing it other than they are just assholes and they just don't care about anything, you know, like, and that's kind of Virgo in the ninth. That's how I see Virgo in the ninth, kind of putting this like, you know, step by step, like rule, like this there should, like having this viewpoint of like, there should be a natural order to things, or there should be a structure to things. Pisces in the third is like focusing on right here, right now, instead of the world and all these other people. What about you? What about your friends? What about your family? Pisces in the third is like walking down the street, seeing the guy holding a homeless sign and seeing someone give them $1 and being like, wow, that was really cool. Maybe I should do it too. Pisces in the third is like, let me get into a meditation practice every day. Let me go sit by the lake or sit in the woods or whatever and just watch nature. Be here now. Be present now and see the beauty all around me. Maybe when I go to the grocery store and I see the cashier that's like being really bitchy and rude, I smile at them and ask them if they're okay, rather than assuming they're a horrible person and don't have any morals and are imperfect and impure and etc., etc. Pisces in the third is like, I surrender to seeing God in everything and everyone all around me right here, right now. I surrender to seeing the duality in everything. And I can either put my energy and look for all of the negative and all of the bad and all of the impure, or I can look for like the beauty. And I can see that there is chance for redemption. And I can see that I can take a deep breath in this moment and be here right in this moment. And choose how I'm feeling and choose my energy. And then I can focus that energy in other things around me and magnetize from that energy, instead of giving all that energy to something I have no control over, but constantly trying to control it, even though I can't control everybody in the world. I can't wear the world on my shoulders. I can't control countries or whatever. And so I think like, I really see that as like the duality, some examples of the duality of Virgo in the ninth and Pisces in the third. And so I think, you know, that's going to be really, really important to contemplate on a month like this with Mars coming up on the South Node. Where are you shaming yourself, judging others? Where are you fighting to be in control rather than having some faith and trusting? Where are you focused on the imperfection rather than the beauty of the perfection all around you? And what's really interesting is like both of them go back to Cancer, because Mercury rules Virgo and Mercury's in Leo, and Leo's ruled by the sun, which is in Cancer. Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter's in Cancer. So this all goes back to your 7th house. What's going on in your relationships? Are you evolving in your relationships? This is a really fertile time and some really fertile ground for your relationships, for getting more vulnerable in your relationships, for getting more emotional and deep and bonding in your relationships. Especially after Mars moved through Cancer early this year and probably drug up a lot of drama and a lot of change and challenge and frustration. So with it being Cancer season, remember to focus on care and compassion, unconditional love. those that you have a deep emotional connection with, those that you have a deep familial bond with. And maybe there's some tension between your relationships and your home life or your home situation, living situation, family, your roots, or something like that, that especially was happening in the month of June. But a lot of that starts fading in July. And because of the home situation, it may be why you are really putting a lot of energy into this 9th house. For some of you, this could be an educational topic, a teaching topic, a traveling. But there's still a lot of potential in your love life and in your relationships right now. So don't forget that. Don't allow stubbornness or your beliefs or even your fears about what's happening on a macro level take you away from your day-to-day life. Or don't allow your beliefs and worldviews and triggers that may be coming from a challenge or issue going on in your home life take you away from those that you love. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and get into each of the transits this month. So we start off the month with Venus moving into Gemini first, and as she does, she's going to trine Pluto the first couple days that she moves into Gemini, from like the 4th to the 6th ish. Actually more of like the 8th. And so she's creating a trine from your 2nd to your 6th house. This is actually really powerful. You may have been undergoing a lot of change in terms of your skill sets, in terms of what you have to offer, what you have to give, your assets. And that could potentially end up paying off in your job or your health or your career in some way, shape, or form, at work or with your schedules, with your health and wellness. And so you could definitely find that there's some harmonious energy coming from your 2nd house to your 6th house with Pluto and Venus right there around from the 4th to the 8th. And then on the 7th, Uranus then enters your 6th house and enters the game as it also starts to trine Pluto, and sextiles Saturn and Neptune in your 4th house. So we have this interesting connection between your 2nd house of finances, assets, your possessions, what you own, your skill sets, what you have to offer, okay? And your 6th house of health, wellness, your job, your day-to-day work and schedules. And then your 4th house, your home, family, foundations, your roots, your personal life, your living situation. All kind of interesting connecting here, creating a lot of major change and upgrades that you've likely already been going through and feeling since the start of this year. But this really, really, as they all connect, show major changes in these 3 areas that are somehow all connected. Okay, so it's like whatever's happening in your 4th house of home and family is connected to your 2nd house of income, assets, possessions, skill sets, and that's connected or even feeding into your job, your work, your health, your day-to-day routine. And there's a lot of revolutionary change that is building and pumping up here. And so it's going to be really, really interesting to see how that all ends up playing out. But with Uranus in your 6th house, there's going to be major, major upgrades now starting to your job, health, and work and day-to-day routines. Now, this is going to be very great in a sense of if you are feeling stuck, if you are feeling trapped, if you are feeling unhappy with your job, health, or day-to-day routines and wellness, this is going to shake things up. Uranus is all about changing the game, flipping the script, curveballs. But mainly it's about liberation, evolution, and freedom. So it's about breaking free of things that have kept us stuck. It's about really changing and upgrading this area of our lives. So upgrading your health, upgrading your wellness, upgrading your job. Now, sometimes it can do this through uncertainty and destabilization. So sometimes it can break things down in order to upgrade them into something new, especially if the thing that has been holding you back needs to go. And so this could look like maybe all of a sudden losing a job, and then, but then that leads you to actually finding a job where you feel more free because you felt trapped in that old job anyway, right? Or this could lead to like you being uncertain about like your health, but then that leads to you learning more about your body and your health, and leads you to finally letting go of old habits that have been slowing you down and holding you back, and now you feel free and fabulous and you're thriving and you feel great. Like, so these are some examples of how Uranus can work. It can definitely throw some surprising, erratic energy into the mix, but it also is very much about like upgrading and evolution and freedom and liberation as well. And so that's going to be really fun and interesting. Maybe you even find that you want to start working in a area or at a job that is more freeing or more interesting or more risky or uncertain. You know, maybe you want to get into technology, or maybe you want to get into something that you can use like a lot of your different skills on, you know, something along those lines. And so anyway, so Uranus first moves into Gemini on the 7th, but it will retrograde back later this year, but we will get a few months of a preview of what's to come with it. So on the 10th, we will have the full moon in your sign, Capricorn. You are going to be kind of coming back to the drawing board with yourself after months of, you know, not really having many transits in your sign. With the full moon happening in your sign, it's kind of like a breath of fresh air. It's like, oh, that's right, that's who I am again, right? It's like re-evaluating how you feel, what's going on with you, and getting clear within yourself after maybe a period of, you know, worrying about a lot of other things. It's going to be a time of kind of worrying about yourself. Now that full moon is going to trine Mars as it's conjuncting the South Node in your 9th. And so it definitely will be a period of time where you are not only reevaluating how you feel and what's going on with you personally, but also how like the actions that you're taking and the beliefs and the energy that you're putting into your views, your beliefs, or your educational pursuits are in some way affecting you, or if they're helping you, if they're not helping you, and what needs to change there. Okay, so then on the 17th, Mercury will go retrograde in your 8th house in Leo. And so this will cause you to start really recontemplating your finances, your investments, where you are, if like, you know, if you're being authentic in this area, maybe business dealings, you know, transactional situations, and financial connections and relationships, and what you really want out of this area, and what needs to change, and what decisions that you need to kind of reflect on. And so I wouldn't make any big decisions or risk there in the month of July. Okay, not even before Mercury retrogrades, because once Mercury retrogrades, you could be going back on the decisions that you made before it retrograded. So I would wait until August to do anything investment wise or make any big financial changes. Okay. So then Mars actually does conjunct the South Node on the 20th, but we'll be feeling it probably from like the 14th to the 20th. And that's when the exact conjunction happens. I've already talked about this pretty much at length, so I'm not going to go too much deeper into it. But yeah, you are definitely going to be kind of seeing where you have these karmic patterns that work against you in terms of putting your energy into things that are either centered around judgment, purity, perfection, criticism, or at least at the very least, just putting your energy into things that are backfiring in some way, or leaving you feeling exhausted or negative or unhappy, or not leading you to really improve your life, or maybe where you've been hyper focused on improving your life and it has now created maybe problems in other areas of your life. Okay, so then from the 22nd to the 24th, the sun is going to move into Leo and oppose Pluto, as it also makes a new moon on the 24th. And so we're going to have like a new beginning starting here, where we are finally facing something. This could definitely be a power struggle that you're facing financially. This could be a situation where you're facing certain fears financially, or where you have to become resourceful, where something is brought to your attention, maybe from the past, that now you need to make some changes on. And it's going to involve you, kind of taking the lead, being in control, being in your power, and being in integrity with a certain situation. This could involve something that started around January of this year. So keep that in mind as well. And we'll talk more about that in the new moon video, because I always do separate videos for the new and full moons. And then from the 16th to the 23rd, we're going to have Venus and Gemini start to square Mars and the South Node in Virgo in your 9th. And so this is where, you could be, there's like a lot that you are attached to in terms of your beliefs that we've talked about already, or in terms of something that you've been working on or improving something. And with Venus in the 6th house of your health and work, squaring Mars here, it's like what you desire with your health and work is somehow in some kind of conflict with maybe whatever it is that you're believing, or your worldviews, or whatever it is that you've been putting so much of your energy towards. It's like, you know, there has to be some changes made for you to, at this point, I think you're like starting to really realize that from the 16th to the 23rd, it's like, okay, something's not working out here. Or if I want this thing, then I'm going to have to start changing the way that I'm viewing things, or I'm going to have to change my beliefs or something along those lines, or I'm going to have to maybe could involve travel as well with it being the 9th house. Either way, there's some kind of conflict happening here between your 9th and 6th house with the Venus-Mars square. So then on the 30th, Venus will move into Cancer, your 7th house, which will create for a lot, apparently a lot more harmony over time as Venus enters your 7th. But right away, it may still create some push and pull issues as it's going to square Saturn and Neptune in your 4th right when it enters. So again, there could be some disruption here, or some challenge, or some issues, some setbacks, some delays, or some differences in belief around between family and your relationships, or your home life and a home situation, or the past and your significant other, or relationships in your life in some way. And so that's happening probably about from the 30th to the 2nd, August 2nd. And then on the 31st, the Sun and Mercury retrograde will come into their Cazimi. And this will bring a lot more clarity and insight to whatever it is you've been reflecting on financially and with your investments and all of that, with Mercury retrograde in your 8th, right at the last day of the month on the 31st. So that is what I have for you, Capricorn risings. Let me know down below if that is relating with you guys, if you could see a lot of these things happening, if this was helpful. I'd really love to hear your feedback. Comment down below, sexy Capricorn rising, because you are. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Aquarius risings, welcome to your July horoscope. And honestly, I am not even gonna lie to you. Looking at your chart, I really, really like July for you. Like, there's a lot coming to me just looking at it. So I'm not even gonna waste time. I'm gonna just pull up the screen right now because it's like coming in very fast. So first off, I see self-care, health, wellness. Okay. July is a time to really get back into sync. Follow your gut, follow your intuition, okay, when it comes to your self-care. Take those baths, get in water. Water is going to be so healing, refreshing, cleansing. Like, this is a time to go on a cleanse, like really just clean out your system emotionally, spiritually, physically, okay? Like, this is it. I kept doing, like, in Leo rising's horoscope, which your opposite sign, I kept talking about like spiritual hygiene, and I think this could be kind of similar for you as well, but more on like a physical level. Like, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis to really keep up with your like emotional hygiene, spiritual hygiene, even like intuitive hygiene, okay? Like self-care, like all the way, okay? Self-care vibes all the way here. I really like this for you. Now, on top of that, we have a lot going on in Gemini still this month for you, which is your 5th house. So I really look at this, and I look at this big T square forming here. And I feel like as an Aquarius rising, you are feeling this energetic pressure almost. It may feel like pressure for some of you, it may not. But I feel like you are being introduced to your passions. Like, this is a time that is not really as much about other people as it is you. And what I mean by that is, like, what are you in love with? What turns you on? What really feels good and exciting for you? Like, what activates that inner child? Like, what activates that inspiration? Like, and I likely feel like it's like something maybe kind of new that you're learning, or even something that you're going back to that you once learned. But it's like you're really trying to look for something that is activating you, where you can like let your inner child out to play, where you can be curious and experiment and kind of be in that like youthful Gemini energy. And with Venus being in Gemini for most of July, Uranus moving in here, I really feel like you are going to be really activated in terms of having fun, finding pleasure, you know, being entertained, etc. Now, I also feel like, you know, with this T-square happening to the nodes a lot this month, there is also this energy of like, you know what, I am kind of sick of being like a workhorse for other people, or I am sick of depending on other people for money, resources, whatever, or them depending on me for money, resources, whatever. I'm sick of, you know, trying so hard to do everything the right way financially, and it's like literally getting me nowhere. I'm so sick of like planning for my future or following these certain steps or like budgeting or like whatever, and it's literally like not even fun. It's like literally getting me nowhere. And you may be feeling inspired to start finding creative avenues and ways of trusting your intuition, trusting in your own creative skills and abilities, and creating resources and money, etc., for yourself that way. It's like you are really getting close to what you have to offer. That could be gifts, talents, your own intuition guiding you, right? Like right now, I think it's imperative that you are listening to your intuition, that you are really tapping in with yourself and trusting that you have what you need, or that you have what it takes, that you have the resources and the ingredients to create from a place of passion, to create something for yourself, or to create more stability for yourself or resources for yourself from a place of fun, passion, entertainment, etc. Now, this could be happening through another person or a new relationship, or, you know, some kind of, you know, new, you know, friend group or something along those lines, with Mercury being the ruler of Gemini, being in your 7th and going retrograde this month. So you're definitely going to be kind of like, I think, reflecting on the relationships in your life, and if they really align with you, your hobbies, your interests, your passions, you know, the way that you like to have fun. I could definitely see you going out with friends a lot more this month, or if you're in a relationship, I could see you trying to bring back the romance this month, or trying to have fun with your partner, maybe go on more dates, or do more activities together, you know, have, you know, maybe do things that are entertaining together. Or I could see a lot of you guys getting back into kind of the dating field this month, if you are not already, and like going on dates and experimenting and really kind of reflecting on what you want in a partner. But do just be prepared that Mercury will retrograde this month. So you may have like a blast from the past in a relationship, where something or someone comes back around from the past. Or you may find yourself like, you know, you may just find like maybe there's like a repeating cycle that comes up, and you're like, nope, not doing this again, and I'm going to do something different this time. So you're really reflecting on your relationships this month, and you're also really reflecting on where your heart is in terms of your life, your relationships, your passions, and also how that affects you in terms of giving and receiving in your life. Like, are you the one giving in so many of your relationships, and are they always the one to receive and not really give back? Like, where are you putting so much of this Mars and Virgo energy? And it's like you're not. It feels like it's like draining you at this point, or it's like you're wanting to change the way that you're finally going about something this month because of it. And so that is what I really see for you, Aquarius rising. So let's go over the transits one by one here, so we can kind of go more in depth. So right at the beginning of the month, we're going to have Venus moving into Gemini and out of Taurus right on July 4th. Great for the 4th of July. If you're doing anything for the 4th of July, you could really find yourself feeling a lot more flirtatious and charming, and like wanting to kind of try new things or have different and new conversations with people, or you know, you're just really feeling like flirtatious, charming, and social, especially if you are you know, around other people that like share your passions. Like this month, it's going to be really easy for you to kind of see the beauty and the fun and the inspiration in things. Whereas maybe, you know, it wasn't as easy for a little bit, or maybe it was, but maybe you just kind of see it more now. It's like you are definitely more in alignment with pleasure this month, and enjoying yourself and taking it easy, and not making things too seriously, like not taking things too seriously, joking around, like all of that. So then right after that though, oh, and Venus will trine Pluto when she first moves into Gemini, those first few days, after July 4th. So you will definitely be feeling that as Pluto's in your sign. So you're going to be feeling this kind of attraction and this interest in, things. But I would say that you do want to watch that it's like, not from a toxic or obsessive place. You could find yourself maybe like obsessing about something that is not entirely healthy. Like, maybe you party too hard, or, you're like around, people and it feels really intoxicating, and you all of a sudden are like, whoa, like I could literally get swept away by this. I could do this every night. I probably need to pay attention, basically. So then Uranus is going to move into Gemini on July 7th and again start trining Pluto. And create, this sextile to Saturn and Neptune in your third. So we have a very interesting story starting here between Pluto and your first, all about your identity and yourself and lessons in power and resourcefulness and all of that. And Uranus in your fifth house, really wanting to upgrade and bring this kind of Uranian crazy energy to your house of fun, pleasure, love, romance, dating, children. So you're really going to just be feeling this like, oh my gosh, like I want to set myself free. I want freedom. I want unconventionality. I want to try new things. I want to, do all of these different fun things. I have all these different ideas. And, you could just find that you start having a lot of different ideas, right? But maybe, with Saturn and Neptune in the third, maybe there's also like you're finding the right places or you're finding the right environments and you're like, okay, yeah, like, I could do it here, or this place is really my vibe, or I just found this new city near me that has all of this stuff. Like, it's like these three houses are like creating a very interesting dynamic and story here with all of this. And so just kind of be on the lookout for that. So now on top of that, we then have the Capricorn full moon in your 12th house. This is literally, it's time to clean out the skeletons in my closet. It's time to realize what is holding you back in life, or what is creating self-sabotaging, repeating patterns and cycles that are keeping you feeling emotionally unable to fulfill the things that you need to do on a day-to-day basis. So it's kind of like restructuring your life in a way that is, or letting some things go, that will create more emotional capacity and more energy in your day-to-day life and your job, health, wellness, and routines. So then on the 17th, we're going to have Mercury going retrograde in your 7th house. Again, likely bringing up, a revision of your relationships, a revision of friendships, a revision of the people in your life, and even a revision of coworkers. Maybe you've been hanging out with coworkers, and the sun rules your 7th house of Leo and the sun's in your 6th house. So this could kind of be like a revision on like, do I work with people that I really align with, or are the people I'm hanging out with really who I want to be hanging out with, or what is going on with this situation, in my relationships, and what do I do about it? Or there's a situation or a person that may come back around from the past, or a past situation. And so that is definitely going to be kind of going on from the 17th onward. And then on the 22nd, on the 20th, we're going to have Mars and the South Node officially come into their conjunction. And this is pretty much really where you are going to be feeling, this kind of like, okay, all of this energy that I'm putting in towards my finances, or giving and receiving, or doing stuff for other people, or maybe it's even like a situation outside of you, or like maybe a partner's finances, or maybe a bank or an institution contacts you and it's like, a debt that you owe, or something that you owe, or something that's owed to you in some way. But either way, it's like, you start realizing that maybe you've been going about things the wrong way, or maybe you've been overly critical or overly judgmental, or like, way too, putting way too much energy into things being perfect in some way. And rather than trusting in yourself and your own resources, your own abilities, your own capabilities. And so that's going to be happening around like the 20th or so. And so pay attention to that. And then on the 22nd, the sun will then move into Leo, into your 7th house, and there will be more of a focus on your relationship sector and whatever Mercury retrograde is showing you there. And then on the 23rd, Venus in Gemini will start squaring Mars in Virgo. And this is definitely kind of bringing up like, okay, there are these desires I have, or this fun that I'm trying to have, or these interests or hobbies or passions that I have, or this entertainment that I'm trying to have, but there's something kind of in conflict with this financially. Again, maybe you've been giving too much of yourself to other people, and now you don't have much to give for your own passions or your own interests. Or maybe there's a financial situation involving your relationships or your love life that comes up. Or maybe it's kind of like, you know what, I am going to kind of trust myself and trust this intuitive nudge that I've been feeling. Maybe you've been like partying too much. Maybe you've been having too much fun, and you've been spending a lot more rapidly. And now you need to get kind of serious or buckle down about that, right? Like, so there's so many different ways that this could play out. So we'll have to wait and see, but something there is going on between your finances or your kind of giving and receiving within relationships, but also your passions, your love life, your hobbies, your interests, and all of that. And so anyway, then on the 24th, we have the Leo new moon, which will be in your 7th house, and it will be immediately opposing Pluto in your sign. And this is definitely a massive new chapter happening here in your relationships that's really changing things in a really big way for you. It's like bringing this metamorphosis with it. And you are having this opportunity to basically be in your power in a situation where maybe you hadn't been in the past. This could also be bringing something back around from January of this year, where the sun was, first conjuncted Pluto. And so there's a situation now where you are on the opposite end of somebody or other people in your life, and it is up to you to kind of, be in your power and not need validation, or not need to perform, or not need to give your power up in order to control other people. And it's kind of like dealing with this in a way of like integrity and courage, and not needing it, like not being super attached to it. It's like kind of embracing standing out, kind of embracing not needing to have all the validation, or not needing to be popular, or not needing other people's approval. I feel like it's going to have something to do with that for you as an Aquarius rising in some way, shape, or form. And either way, you'll definitely see what it's about by the end of the month, because on July 31st, the sun will be conjunct Mercury retrograde, creating the Cazimi, giving you a lot of insight and making you aware of something and what this lesson is to do with your relationships and other people. So that is what I'm seeing for you for the month of July, Aquarius risings. Let me know down below how this resonated, if this resonated, if you could feel or see a lot of these things happening, if it already feels like some of these things are building and feel really accurate. Let me know down below. I'd love to hear your feedback. Comment down below, sexy Aquarius rising, because you are. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Pisces risings, welcome to your July horoscope for the month ahead. Let's go ahead and get your chart up on the screen here so we can look at it together. Okay, so number one, when I look at your chart, I'm just gonna kind of read all over the place here, so just follow me for a second. When I look at your chart, I immediately am kind of just looking at the node in your sign, which obviously has been there since early this year. But I see that there is a lot going on here for you, and I think I've been talking about it most of this year for you, in trusting yourself versus kind of needing other people to either lead the way or control you, or trying to control them. And it's like, no, this time right now is so much about you. It's about trusting yourself, trusting your intuition. That's even further backed now with Jupiter being in its exalted sign of Cancer and being your chart ruler in your 5th house. This is really about you, your identity, and learning to surrender to who you are, embrace who you are, trust your heart, trust yourself. I think this month could present a lot of karmic old stuff going on within your relationships, or going on with just other people in general. Do you kind of look for leadership in others? Do you kind of look for others to kind of, plan things out, or, make plans for you? Or are you allowing others to or what you think others are going to think control you? Are you, are you dealing with some kind of perfectionism, judgment, criticism, shame in terms of your partnerships or relationships, or in how you think you're viewed from others? That's going to be really big. This month is so much about trusting your heart, getting back to your inner child. Maybe for you, it's even about your own children, if you have children, and your beliefs on that, your thoughts on that. But also, it's like a sense of coming back to your own heart, your own nurturing, caregiving, mothering abilities. And there's a huge, huge focus on that this month with your 5th house being so activated. Now, on top of that, we have this massive kind of T-square building between, again, you and your identity and trusting yourself, your relationships and other people, and then also your family and home life. There's a lot about family because even though, your 5th house is Cancer, it's still Cancer. The 5th house can still deal with children or your own inner child. So there's a lot coming up here that's going to be changing regarding your home life and your relationships with your family, your relationships at home, your relationships with your relationship with your past, your relationship with like your own childhood. And I think there's a lot going on here in terms of all of that this month. And you could feel a bit conflicted or pulled between doing what you want or having what you want versus a lot of this home life stuff or a lot of this relationship stuff this month. And now Mercury, the ruler of both your 7th and 4th house, is going to be in Leo this month, and it's going to be retrograding in Leo this month in your 6th. So also bringing in this sense of work, busyness, routines, health, and wellness as well. And so there's just a lot going on this month. You could find that, with Mercury retrograding in your 6th house, that there are issues regarding validation, performance, looking for approval in terms of your work life, and maybe, kind of revisioning what you want out of your work, your health, and your day-to-day schedules and routines as well. And how your relationships or, whatever it is that you're putting a lot of energy to in your relationships or your family is kind of affecting that in some way. Okay. And so that's kind of a lot of it this month for you if you're a Pisces rising. There's a lot going on in these houses this month. Uranus is finally entering Gemini, which can bring in a lot of new ideas, new insights, and new energy in terms of your home life and living situation. This is only the beginning of this transit, so you may not experience all these things I'm about to say right away. But a lot of the times Uranus is a liberator. It is seeking to liberate you from the past, from old things that are holding you back. Uranus in the 4th house could shake up your foundation, could shake up your home life, could make things feel a bit uncertain, or could make things all of a sudden feel very exciting. Maybe you want to do something new or take a risk in terms of your home or your family or your living situation. Maybe you want to start looking into doing something more unconventional and, out of the box. There could be kind of a destabilization, though, for some people at first, where it's like the foundation that you once thought you could rely on of home and family is then shaken up because maybe it's not felt actually true to you. Maybe it's felt like you've been trapped or you've been not feeling free in this area of life. Now, I do think this Uranus, the beginning of this transit will be a little bit easier, though, because Venus will be entering Gemini right before Uranus. And so there is going to be a lot going on in terms of home and family and worrying about, certain things going on with home and family, your relationships with family members, and maybe even, beautifying your home space or redesigning your home space or renovating your home space. This would definitely be the astrology for. But, maybe there are some things going on with your partner or other people in your life that, where they're really, really busy, or they're being very perfectionistic, or they're putting a lot of energy into something else. And, because of maybe finances or resources, with Mars ruling Aries, maybe they're putting a lot into their job right now. Mercury ruling your 7th house and being in your 6th house. So maybe they're kind of away a lot, or maybe it's creating some disruptions or some issues in terms of that. But either way, I think that this is a month where you kind of maybe start needing to improve on or resolve some past issues regarding relationships and home and family as well. But also, knowing that you're going to be okay and that you can trust yourself in the process. Because again, that North Node in your sign is so much about you trusting yourself. And, you know, again, with you being a Pisces rising, trusting your intuition, trusting your faith. You are the optimistic one. You are here to embody what it looks like to fully trust. And so if you are not feeling that energy, or a relationship or other people are where your focus has been and it has been draining you and not, you know, and you've not been trusting, you're really going to feel this month. And this is going to be a really great, you know, kind of catalyst to help you get back into trusting yourself and trusting your intuition. And so let's go ahead and go over the actual dates here. So first and foremost, Venus enters Gemini on July 4th. Definitely a great time if you're going to be spending July 4th with family. You could be feeling very social. You could be feeling very playful, very curious with your family. There could be a lot of new ideas about, you know, how to improve your home, or, you know, things to do as a family, or what you want out of your family life. And then right after that, Uranus then enters Gemini as well on July 7th. And Uranus is going to start creating this interesting aspect here between, it's going to trine Pluto and then sextile Saturn and Neptune in your second house, and Pluto is in your 12th house. And so this is going to be a very interesting time. Again, liberating you from the past and anything subconscious that has power over you. You know, it may be a time where you start wanting to experiment more. You want to take risk. You want to kind of move past some of the old stuff, old cycles, old habits, old patterns, that, you know, old self-sabotaging, defeating mindsets or behaviors that have power over you in some way. And then it's also, you know, sextiling Saturn and Neptune, like giving you a vision of what's possible, of what you could create, of what you're capable of, and what you can also do for yourself financially, if you really want to, if you believe in yourself, and if you're confident in yourself. And so that's going to be really interesting. You know, that's going to be one of the big transits happening this year, is Uranus moving into Gemini. And so it's definitely, you know, like I said, it could shake some things up. But I think if you are ready for a change, if you are ready for feeling more free and, you know, living maybe a different lifestyle, or changing up your home dynamic or your family dynamic, like this is definitely going to be a great transit for that. And it's only a sneak preview. It's only going to be in for a few months before it retrogrades back. So it's just giving us a sneak peek of what's to come. So anyway, on the 10th, we have the Capricorn full moon, which will be in your 11th house of friends, networking, social groups. So this could definitely be a time where, again, you've been getting a lot more closer to your heart and to your intuition, and maybe children, or your own inner child, or your love life, romance, like, you know, feeling nostalgic, maybe watching old movies that you used to love as a kid, or, you know, just feeling a lot more in that Cancerian energy. And this Capricorn full moon comes in and is kind of providing some kind of closure, or some kind of, you know, moment of awareness around groups, friendships, and social situations that may no longer really resonate with, you know, the things that you love, or the things that you're feeling right now, or the things that you're interested right now. Or it could just simply be that maybe you go to an event, you know, around that time, around July 10th, that, you know, is a social event or situation or something along those lines as well. It could even be like something of your partners, like maybe their friends or family, because the full moon's going to trine Mars and Virgo in your 7th. So, or maybe you go with your partner to a social event around that time. So then on the 17th, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your 6th house. And it's really going to be a time of you really reflecting on your job, your health, your wellness, your routines and schedules. And where maybe you haven't been, you know, completely authentic to yourself, or maybe where you haven't been using your authentic voice, or maybe where you're wanting to make some changes in this area. But you could find that there are certain delays or setbacks first as Mercury goes retrograde that cause you to kind of rethink things in this area as well. And somehow this could be tying in, again, your family and home life and your relationships, because Mercury rules both of those other houses for you. And so you could definitely find that it somehow deals with those topics as well. So then right around the 22nd, Mars will officially conjunct the South Node in your 7th house, again, bringing up karmic cycles, karmic patterns, things from the past, or things that we need to address, figure out, get rid of in terms of your relationships. You know, it may even be a bit impersonal where it's more about your partner. Maybe your partner goes through some situation where they've been working really hard at something and it causes them to eventually reevaluate how they've been going about things or how they've been approaching things. Now, it could also have to do with you where, you know, they've been taking something out on you, or they've been putting a lot of energy into something that has been affecting you, and they have to reevaluate their approach, or you have to reevaluate your own relationships, and if you really desire these traits in a partner, relationship, etc. You know, where it's become too judgmental, too critical, you know, where there's been too much pickiness or too much perfectionism or too much, you know, controlling behaviors or neurotic behaviors. And so this is going to kind of be more at the forefront on the 22nd and the days leading up to the 22nd. So then on the 23rd, Venus in Gemini in your 4th house is going to square Mars in your 7th house. And so there's definitely some kind of conflict here between what you want for your family and for your home life, or maybe some renovations that you're doing, or some changes that you're trying to make, or desires that you have, or even family relationships that you have, versus a relationship with your partner, spouse, significant other, or other people in general, or maybe even their family. There's some kind of conflict here between like what they're doing and how they're behaving versus what you want for your home, family, and personal life. And so that really comes up right around the 23rd, but again, we could be feeling it in the days leading up to that as well. And then on the 24th, we have the Leo new moon in your 6th house, and it's going to be directly opposite Pluto in your 12th. And so there's a massive new chapter starting here with your work, health, day-to-day routines, a place that you've been kind of rethinking already this month with Mercury retrograde here. But then with the new moon opposite Pluto in your 12th, you're now really seriously contemplating something here. There's some really big changes coming here where it's like, okay, maybe you're seeing certain subconscious or psychological patterns that are really causing, you know, certain insecurities, self-sabotage, you know, old behaviors, old habits, old cycles that need to change in order for you to reach your potential in terms of your health, your work, and your day-to-day routines. And so this new moon in Leo opposing Pluto is really going to be a time of us being in our integrity, facing something that has had power over us, facing something that may be even out of our control, or maybe something that we've feared. For you, it could be a habit, an addiction, an old cycle, an old psychological pattern, you know, whatever it is, but it's something that is causing a massive transformation, a new beginning here, so that you can reach your potential and the things that you want for this area of your life in terms of your health and your work. So then on the 31st, the Sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde, giving us the Mercury retrograde Cazimi in Leo, and it will shed a lot of light and insight on this Mercury retrograde journey that you've been on. Again, your house of health and work. And I think by this time, you're really starting to see more clearly and having a lot more clarity on what you are changing in this area and what needs to change in this area so you can be happier here, okay? So that is what we have coming for July Pisces risings. Let me know down below if that resonated or if you feel like it's going to resonate with you. If you're not quite in July yet and you're watching beforehand, I'd love to hear your feedback down below. Make sure to comment down below sexy Pisces rising, because you are. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys in the next one. Alrighty, my lovely Aries risings, welcome to July. I hope you guys are doing fabulous. Let's go ahead and pull up your chart on the screen here so we can look at it together. So for you, Aries risings, I really look at this chart and I see that this could be a month where you are running into some frustrations at work, in terms of if you are feeling like you are needing things to be a certain way, if you are being too detail-oriented, too neurotic, working too hard, and really like just putting so much of your energy into work and needing it to be okay and needing it to work out and trying to control every aspect of it, you are definitely going to have a bit of a lesson with that this month. And I am not saying that to be a Debbie Downer to scare you. I'm going to tell you how to get through it. Don't worry. But it's like, you know, Mars, your ruling planet, is literally here in Virgo, joining the South Node. There is, you know, a lot of the times this is a bit karmic. It deals with, you know, being overly critical, overly neurotic, and like, you know, perfectionistic, you know, trying to control, you know, certain aspects of things. And so if you've been either in your head or even just physically neurotic about something going on with your health, something going on with work, there's going to be some lessons here that you're learning about the way that you're going about it. And again, the South Node is in your, or not the South Node, the North Node is in your 12th house here. This would be a really great month to relax, to trust, to take a break, you know, to focus on your spiritual hygiene, to focus on letting go, trusting, right? Because when we are overly focused on something, when we are overly trying to control every little detail of something, we can really find ourselves feeling like it's never perfect. Procrastination can even set in. And then, you know, it's like we just don't do it at all. And we procrastinate because we feel like it's just never going to be good enough. And so I think that maybe you're addressing some of these things this month about perfectionism and, you know, wondering if you can do it good enough or if you have what it takes to do it good enough. And you know, I really see that as well with Mercury ruling your 6th and being in your 5th and going retrograde this month, where it's like, you know, you're really passionate and you want to put your passion and your heart into what you're doing. And that's not the problem, right? But if you are being overly perfectionistic or overly critical of yourself or judging yourself so much, you start to stifle the creative flow. And then it feels like nothing's ever enough and nothing's good enough. And then, you know, you stop trusting. And when you're in that creative flow, there's like a trust that comes with it, because it's that creative flow is coming from something divine to begin with. And so when we start worrying too much about the small things, when we start, you know, trying to control every little thing, or nothing's ever good enough, or, you know, we're in that imperfection, we're in that perfectionistic energy, it's like we end up feeling like we're now no longer in the flow because of that. And so I think this month there's going to be some lessons in this for you. And I also think this month, you know, with it being Cancer season, there's a huge focus on your 4th house of home and family, your emotional life. And I think if you could put some of your energy there instead of putting all of your energy into work or a project or your health or whatever it is you're doing, it's like you can improve yourself, right? Like improving yourself isn't necessarily a problem, but is it coming from an energy of I'm not good enough, so I need to improve? Or is it coming from an energy of I love myself as I am, I accept myself as I am, and I desire to improve? I think that, you know, Saturn and Neptune in your sign, you know, being ruled by Mars in your 6th house is like, you may feel this pressure of like, I have things that I want to do. I have dreams that I want to accomplish. And so I'm going to go all in. I'm going to go ham on working on my goals, working on my desires, working on my dreams, like making the things happen, building the foundations that I'm going to like build my dreams off of, and working on these projects or working on my health and getting rid of these bad habits. And this is a great time for getting rid of bad habits. And it's a great time to work on improving yourself. But it's all about the 12th house. Where is, like, what is the energy behind it? What's the intention behind it? Is it just another way that you're self-sabotaging in some way, setting yourself up for disappointment? Is it just another way that you are basically telling yourself a story of I'm not good enough the way that I am, or nothing's ever good enough, or I can never do anything right, or whatever the case may be? And so that's what you have to really watch out for this month. It's like, it's not what you're doing necessarily. It's the energy behind what you're doing, the intention behind what you're doing. That can be kind of clear or unclear. It's, you know, and also how efficiently you're doing things. So like Mars and Virgo is very much about, let's start making changes, let's tweak things, let's fix things to run more efficiently, to run more smoothly. So like, instead of working harder, work smarter, right? Because Virgo is the last earth sign. So it's literally like, okay, you know, Capricorns, like, give it your all, put in that hard work, you know, it's going to be hard, it's not going to be easy, but we got to do it. Taurus is like enjoying kind of the fruits of that labor, right? Taurus is like, yes, like, I'm just going to enjoy this while it lasts. Like, it feels good. We're stable. We're secure. We're good. Virgo is alternating some things. It's like, okay, we've learned how to build it. We've learned how to, you know, sustain it. But now I think we can do it better. Now that I've learned, I think that maybe if we replace this with this, if we make this tiny tweak, like, now it's going to run way more smoothly, and now it creates less work in the long run. Virgo is really good at looking at things and seeing how they can be alternated, moved around to create better results with less work. That's why it's Mercury ruled. Work smarter, not harder. And so if you find that you're pouring a lot of energy into things and they're exhausting you, or it's not getting you anywhere, you may run up against, especially, during the middle and second half of this month in July, you may run up against like, oh, okay, I've kind of fallen back into my old ways of like, just pouring so much energy into something when there's a better way to do it, or there's a better energetic frequency I can embody while doing it, to where I'm not so caught up in perfectionism or control, or, it needing to be a certain way, to where I'm like getting frustrated at this point and it feels like nothing's working and it feels like I'm just working against myself. And there's going to be some of that because, Venus is going to square Mars this month from Gemini. And so it's like, the way that you're wanting things, the way that you're maybe preferring things, the desires that you have, it's like what you're doing may not align with that, or what you've done may not align with that. And so this is like a really great month to really be reflecting on like your schedules, your routines, your habits, the way that you like anchor yourself in, to your life, your health, your job, the projects that you're working on, the duties, tasks, and responsibilities that you have on a day-to-day basis. It's like, how can you rearrange some of these things that actually work better for you, and that help you to work smarter instead of harder, that help things run more efficiently, and to help you not fall into some kind of extreme perfectionism or control or nothing ever being good enough, etc., right? To where you're judging yourself hardcore, and then that slows you down anyway. Right? Like, because all these things that I'm saying, like, they basically slow you down and don't get you the results that you want anyway. And so you may be facing some of these things around yourself, your identity, how much of your identity that you tie to like your health, your work, your habits, and how to kind of untangle some of these things and the karmic lessons behind some of these things, so that you can work more efficiently, so that you can do these things a bit differently. Okay, so anyway, that is what I'm seeing for July, just, off first glance, but we're going to go through each transit here that I want to talk about. So number one, first and foremost, as we start July, Venus is going to be moving into Gemini and out of Taurus on July 4th. So right around this time, she's moving into your third house. This definitely makes for more of a social time for you. You could find that you are getting a lot more invites to events, or even simply that you want to go and visit more places, or do more things in your city or your town, or take more short trips, or, visit different, social events, or, maybe you have birthdays, or, like different things going on, different social things going on that you're wanting to kind of explore around you or be a part of, things that feel good or that feel pleasing, entertaining, creative, all of that. It's definitely a great time and a great month for you to like have fun, expand your social life, get to know new places, new people, new things, and kind of put yourself out there. Okay. Now, shortly after that, on July 7th, Uranus then enters the chat of Gemini. And Uranus here is really about upgrading this area of your life and freeing you from maybe a mundane lifestyle that you've been living. Uranus moving here is definitely going to give you a lot more ideas, a lot more inspiration about the things that you want to upgrade, or the things that you want to try or take risk on, or throw the dice on, in terms of your community, your town, your friend groups, your social life, the things that you're like, the things that are going on around you, your communication, the skills that you're learning, the different hobbies that you may have, or the projects that you're working on, or short trips that you want to go on. Like, this can be a really, really exciting time for this, for you having more fun around where you live, and exploring more places and doing more things, and getting your thoughts out there, your opinions out there more. Maybe you want to start a blog, or maybe you want to start a business, or maybe you want to open a store, or you want to start something online, or you want to learn something new, or learn a different language, or take more trips, or maybe you want to live differently in some way, more out of the box or more unconventionally. And so this is going to be really, really great for that. Now, when Uranus moves in here, it's going to immediately trine Pluto in your 11th house of your social life. and social groups, and it's going to then sextile Saturn and Neptune in your first. And so we have this really interesting story like going on here where it's like you are going through a massive change in who you are, how you see yourself, your identity, your body, you know, your energy. And then you're also like at the same time going through some massive changes in your social life, in your community, in your hometown, but also in like the groups and the places and the social places that you feel you belong in and that you have, you know, like-minded individuals in and all of that. And so this is going to be a really interesting story that you really start noticing happening as soon as Uranus moves in on July 7th. So then on the 10th, we have the Capricorn full moon. And, you know, again, up until this point, you've been kind of, you may find yourself a bit more preoccupied or have a lot more going on with family, your home life, your living situation. You know, there may be, this is a really good time to spend time with your loved ones, to cuddle up on the couch, you know, embrace nostalgia, etc. And then with the Capricorn full moon, though, we then have this kind of like, you know, massive turning point within your career. It's like maybe something's coming to an end, or certain chapters coming to an end, or you're letting go of something in terms of your career, or, you know, maybe the full moon is just shining a light on your career and you're becoming aware of something in terms of your career. And it's also going to trine Mars and Virgo in your sixth. So even more to do with your work, your health, your routines. And so it's like maybe you're starting to realize there's a different way to go about things in terms of your career, your routines, your health, your day-to-day schedules, your job, the way that you're doing things, and the future and goals that you're building for, right? It's like something's changing in terms of what you're building towards and your goals, your future, and how you're going about it. So then on the 17th, we're going to have Mercury go retrograde in your fifth house. This is going to be kind of like you really revising your passions, what you love, what you're interested in, your hobbies, your your children, your own inner child. This is going to be a time of reflecting on like what it is that you truly love, what it is that you're truly passionate about again. And you know, again, like you could be finding that you are going places, going to places where you are entertained, you know, like different events that involve entertainment or fun or sports or hobbies or interest or, you know, creativity in some way. But when Mercury goes retrograde on the 17th, you could find that you're kind of, maybe some of those plans get delayed or they don't turn out exactly how you expected them to. And it causes you to start questioning what you really are passionate about, where your heart's really at this time. So then, and it also could tie into like work. This Mercury retrograde could tie into work and again, your social life and surroundings and environment and city and town and all of that. It's like maybe you kind of, you know, take time off to, you know, have fun, and you take time kind of off work, and then, you know, it either maybe you go there and it doesn't really turn out how you thought it would, or you end up getting put on the schedule anyway and it's not really exactly what you wanted, and so now you're having to delay your plans or cancel them or something, you know, something along those lines. So anyways, so then on the 22nd is when Mars will actually conjunct the South Node, and we'll be feeling that probably like a week leading up to that anyway. But again, this is like, what are you working towards that is causing some kind of karmic cycle, or that some kind of karmic cycle is entangled in some way, shape, or form that needs to change, or you need to change the way that you're going about it, or you need to kind of look at the hidden intentions or energies behind it and change the way that you've been, you know, change kind of maybe your views on productivity, or your actions and behaviors around productivity. Like maybe it's time to let some things go, or let go of what you cannot control in some way, shape, or form, and then you become more productive by doing so, right? Like something like that. Okay, then on the 23rd, it's when again Venus squares Mars exactly there. And so it's like something that, you know, maybe plans that you had made, or, you know, a social event that you were going to go to is and somehow in conflict with your work or your health in some way. And so there's kind of this push and pull between what you want versus your responsibilities or things that you know you need to do, and you're feeling a bit conflicted because you really want to have fun, but it's like, am I going to have fun if I'm there and I'm just thinking about all my responsibilities and duties the whole time? And so there's kind of this push and pull between what you want and what you have to do, pretty much. around, you know, the 22nd or the 23rd and the days leading up to it. So then on the 24th, we have the Leo new moon that takes place right in the beginning of Leo and will oppose Pluto in your 11th house. And this is like a typical high school, like a new moon. It's a new moon that's bringing in a lot of change, that's staring Pluto in the face. That's staring fear and power and things that may have had power over us once in the face. And it's like, I want to do what I want to do, what's authentic to me, what feels good for me, or what really sets my heart ablaze, versus fear of what other people think, or fear of not fitting in, or fear of being outcasted, or fear of being misunderstood, or fear of being taken wrong, or, you know, different things that have power over you in terms of other people and the crowds and the, you know, whatever that, you know, the niches or the genres that you feel you belong in, and if they're going to accept you or not. And it's like, you know what? I don't need validation to do what I want to do, or to be authentic to myself and to do what I love. And so it's like addressing maybe a long-standing fear or a long-standing dilemma that you've been having maybe since around early this year, end of last year, end of the beginning of this year, around like, okay, like I want to do what I love, I want to follow my heart's desires, but what if I'm not good enough? Or what if people don't like it? Or what if I get outcasted? Or what if people label me this? And it's like, this is the time to really face off against that, and for this new beginning to really happen, where you make changes within this new beginning happening of this Leo new moon on the 24th. Okay. This could also have something to do with your child. Maybe your child was having a hard time at school, and now it's like, you know, or they were worried that they weren't good enough at a sport or a talent or something like that. And so it's like, this is like maybe a new beginning, a new transformative beginning for them of facing a lot of that. Okay. So anyway, that is on the 24th. And then on the 31st, we're going to have the sun conjunct Mercury retrograde, creating the Mercury retrograde cazimi in your 5th house again. And so you're going to have a lot of clarity around this, around what these 5th house lessons have been teaching you by this time, and a lot of clarity on how to move forward from here and what's changing with this Mercury retrograde. So that is what I'm seeing for you guys, Aries risings. Let me know down below if you feel like a lot of that is going to land with you, if a lot of that will resonate. I'd love to hear your feedback down below. Comment down below, sexy Aries rising, because you are, boo. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Taurus risings, welcome. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to your July 2025 horoscope for the month ahead. I'm sorry I missed you guys last month, but I mean, not just you, but everybody. I didn't do the horoscopes last month, but we are back, and yeah, like let's freaking do this. So July for you looks like, I'm trying to get my screen pulled up here, and it's being idiotic. So July for you, okay, should be up now. July for you guys looks like it is a lot about finances, even more so because your ruling planet Venus is in your 2nd house. And so there is a lot here about what are you capable of? What are your resources? What do you have? What are your possessions, your assets, your finances, your income streams? What are you doing? What are you producing? What are you making? What do you depend on? What are your skills, your talents, you know, like all of these things really come up in this 2nd house sector. So you could be really learning a lot of new things, or putting your energy into new interest, or you know, inspirations to create more resources for yourself, or to create more things, or to produce more things. Now, this could also somehow tie into your 4th house of home and family and your living situation and all of that. Maybe you are wanting to beautify your home, or change some things in your home, or maybe you're wanting to, you know, find new avenues of making money or creating things for your home in some way, shape, or form. And it probably is also coming from a place of hobbies. Maybe you're finding like some hobbies, some passions, some projects, some things that you're working on, and you're trying to find a way, because like Mercury, you know, is basically the ruler of your 2nd, the ruler of your 5th, and it's in your 4th. So maybe you're like working on some projects from home, or you're finding a way to like sell some stuff, or you're finding a way to, you know, change some stuff at your home in some way. Maybe you're getting really involved in like your passions and your skills and your projects, and like, you know, putting things together, creating things, making things, gardening, you know, it could be all kinds of stuff, right? But I think like the big thing that we're really building up for this month on a lot of levels is that the first half of the month is very like, you know, get your Betty Crocker on, like get your gardening on, like, you know, Neptune and Saturn are retrograde now in your 12th. So you may be feeling like you are reflecting a lot, or you've been going within a lot. You know, we're going to have this like trine and sextile from Pluto and Uranus to Saturn and Neptune. So there's like, it's like you're working towards a new idea, vision, plan for your future when Uranus enters your sign early in July and trines Pluto in your 10th. But I think that you find that there is some challenge with that as we get later on into July and we get that new moon in Leo that brings some challenge to that within your home, family, your personal life, your past. Who are you behind the scenes versus where are you going in terms of your public dreams, your public vision, your goals, your career, your reputation? What do you want to be in the world? What do you want to be known for? What's the legacy that you want to leave behind? And so these are the things that I really think that you're going to be noticing coming up in the month of July. But let's go ahead and get to the actual transit by transit, list here. So first and foremost, Venus, your ruling planet, is moving into Gemini on July 4th. And so you're definitely going to be feeling your focus kind of shift from enjoying yourself and your own appearance, beauty, health, vitality, style, personality. And there's going to be more of a shift to your ruling planet in the second house, which is going to be more concerned with your finances, your assets, your possessions, what you have to offer, what you have to give, what you have to create, your skill sets, all of that. What are you doing to make money, and what is everything that goes into that? And so, Venus here is definitely like you kind of maybe putting more into the income streams that you have, or learning new ideas and, all of that. And that's even more backed up by Uranus then entering Gemini on the 7th of July, a few days later. And like I said, it starts to trine Pluto and in Aquarius, okay? And what's interesting about this is like Uranus is here to kind of shake up your finances, your assets, your belongings, your possessions, your skill sets. It is here to, really shake things up. And what I mean by that is Uranus likes to upgrade things, but it also likes to liberate us and free us from things. So if you have been wanting to maybe work for yourself or create your own income or have more than one income stream, or if you've been wanting to learn more about finances or more about certain things that will create more resources or finances for you, if you've been wanting to get rid of a bunch of possessions or live more of an unconventional lifestyle, etc., this is a really great transit for that. And somehow with Uranus starting to trine Pluto, which is going to take a little while, it's not going to come into an exact trine this month, but it's only 2 degrees off. So it's still an energy we're going to be feeling nonetheless. It's almost like you are wanting to make really, really big changes in terms of your finances, your possessions, your assets, what you have, and also your career, your legacy, your long-term goals, your achievements, your reputation, basically your direction in life, your path in life. And so it's like you're wanting to you're starting to realize that you have things that can contribute to the collective or to the world, or at least you have certain things, whether they be skills, talents, whatever, that you can do something with on a bigger level, or that you can, produce certain goals with, that you have, or achieve certain goals with, I should say, achieve certain success. Maybe you find that you're actually like somehow this like undercover tech genius, or you start really getting into like AI, or you start really getting into like communication skills that you have, or, whatever the case may be. Just thinking kind of air here, the Gemini Aquarius quality, but either way, it's like you start having something, or you start feeling like you want to contribute. Maybe it's unconventional, or maybe there's some fears about it at first, but you feel it. And so that's going to be really big. I mean, that's one of the bigger transits of this year, of Uranus first moving into Gemini. It's only going to spend a few months there, giving us kind of a taste, a little bit of a preview of what's to come before it retrogrades back later this year. But for now, it's really going to come in and start shaking up that second house area, and it's finally leaving your sign. And so for at least a few months, so you get a little bit of a break from Uranus being there. Now, on the 10th, we are going to have the Capricorn full moon, which will be in your 9th house. And it probably won't be too prevalent for you, but either way, there could be, it's kind of something coming to a close regarding your beliefs or worldviews or a travel pursuit or a way of viewing something, or, you know, something along those lines. There's something kind of either being revealed here about these things or coming to a close. Now that full moon will trine Mars in your 5th in Virgo. And so maybe these views or these beliefs are also kind of tying into your 5th house, something that you've been maybe working on, or something that you've been procrastinating on to do with your passions, or to do with your skills, or to do with your hobbies, or to do with dating, romance, love, or children. And somehow that full moon is activating that as well. Okay, and so then moving on from that, on the 17th, Mercury will go retrograde. And this is happening in your 4th house of home, family, your personal life, your living situation. So this will be a time where you start revising and reflecting on your home life, your living situation, your personal life, your family. And, you know, maybe there are some things going on at home, some things coming back around from the past, some patterns from the past, or some old conversations that need to come back up. Or maybe you haven't been really speaking your truth in this area. Or maybe, you know, whatever's going on with finances is directly involving this area because Mercury rules your 2nd house. Or maybe whatever it is that you're working on in the 5th house or not working on, you know, with the Mars South node there, it could even be something that you're procrastinating on out of perfection, or, you know, being overly critical, overly, you know, like overly judging yourself or out of shame or something. Either way, there's something here where it's like you are reflecting. This is somehow tying in your home and family, and you're kind of reflecting. Maybe there's some things that break in the home that you need to fix, or maybe there's some things that you guys are remodeling or redoing or revising or working on in some way. But either way, that's kind of like it's kind of what's going on this month. I would really definitely get into, like I said, your kind of like Betty Crocker vibe this month. It's a really good time for that. Like if you want to work on at-home projects, do things at home, do things that really bring you joy or that help you with your relationship to the earth, especially with that Virgo energy, gardening or building something or fixing something or changing something, improving something. And then, you know, also that 2nd house energy, which yes, can do with your finances and resources, but also the things that you have, the skill sets that you have, what you have to offer, what you have to give, the things that you're kind of good at or that come naturally to you. And so this is a really good month for that, you know. Anyway, and at the very least, maybe you're just cleaning things out. Maybe you're getting rid of things. Maybe you're selling things. Maybe you're, you know, working on some other kind of project, you know, just plug it in wherever it fits. It is a general reading. So, okay. And then on the 22nd is when Mars will conjunct the South Node in Virgo exactly. Now, you know, again, this is your 5th house. So this could play out in a lot of different ways. It's really hard to kind of pinpoint just one way this is going to play out. But when we're talking about Mars on the South Node, we're talking about situations in which are karmic, or which catch us up into patterns, or which catch us up into loops, or where we're giving a lot of energy but maybe not getting a lot back, or maybe we're putting a lot of energy into something but we're, you know, it's not working, or we're feeling drained, or we're doing something from a sense of old behavior or old ways of thinking. So this could be perfectionistic tendencies. This could be trying to be too in control of every little thing. Maybe your creativity is starting to feel stifled around this time because you're worried about every little thing being perfect. And it's not about that, right? It's like, yes, you have this amazing gift of an eye for detail, or, you know, being able to really spot the small details and things. But if you start feeling like, you know, that creative vision is starting to get stifled by your need for it to be perfect, or your need for it to be like, you know, where it's like never good enough, nothing is ever good enough, then you've kind of lost your way at that point. You've kind of lost the plot by that point, right? And so it's like, you know, especially with this being opposite of the North Node in Pisces in your 11th house, this is like, you know, trust in people's ability to know what's good for them. Okay. And the reason that I say that is because maybe you're working on something that you're wanting to sell, or that is going to be, you know, presented to other people, or that other people are going to see, and your perfectionism is coming from this place of like, it needs to be perfect, you know, and you're kind of losing the plot at that point. It's like painting a picture, and the whole time you are like stressing and trying to perfect every little thing and thinking about what other people are going to think about. And that's when you kind of lose it, right? And it's like you no longer enjoy painting the picture just for painting the picture. It's like now you're just too worried about what everybody else is going to think about it. And that's not trusting that, you know, others will know what is best for them. And if it's not, it's not. It has nothing to do with you or you not being good enough or you not knowing what you know or whatever the case may be. It's more just like follow the creative flow. And so that's like one way this could play out. Now, another way is maybe Mars on the South Node has you kind of like feeling not that driven to go to actually do the things that you want to do, or to work on the things that you want to work on, or to work on the hobbies, projects, interests that you have, because you're procrastinating, again, out of perfectionism or out of feeling like whatever you do, it's not going to be good enough. And so this could be a really powerful time where you could overcome that in like the week leading up to the 22nd. Okay, so then on the 23rd, we're going to have Venus and Gemini starting to square Mars in Virgo. So literally the day after Mars conjuncts the South Node, Venus, and we're probably going to be feeling it in the days leading up to this as well. So in those same pretty much few days that Mars is conjuncting the South Node, Venus starts squaring Mars in the South Node. And this is basically like the way that you want it and the way that you desire it, versus the actions that you are taking and the behaviors that you are exhibiting are in conflict. Okay, so it's like the way that I'm producing it isn't coming out the way that I'm desiring it, which is why I used that example earlier of like the painter or creating something that you feel like, you know, it's never good enough. And so, and I think what this is like Venus and the second is like have faith in your abilities, you know, have faith in your abilities and don't attack your abilities or what you're capable of just because, you know, you're in some kind of like negative Nancy perfectionism energy, you know. So that's going on right around the same time, you know, 22nd, 23rd, and the few days leading up to that. Now, on the 24th, we have the Leo new moon happening in the very beginning of Leo and opposing Pluto in Aquarius in your 10th. And this is where I think a lot of this month is kind of leading up to. This is a new chapter that is kind of starting here within your home, family, and personal life and living situation. It's really about you embracing who you are, what you've been through, where you've come from, and you know, your personal life and your home and your family, and feeling proud of that or feeling aligned with that, feeling an integrity with that, feeling honor about that, and feeling courage and passion with that, right? But in some way, shape, or form, this is opposing Pluto. So staring directly across from that is fear, power. What are other people going to think? What about my career? What about my future? What about, you know, my long-term goals? What about my success? What about my achievements? There could be like maybe a fear about something that's going on that feels bigger than you or that you feel powerless over. And again, I think that it's so much about you embracing and embodying authenticity in terms of who you are, where you come from, your home life, your roots, your personal life, and feeling proud of that, and not allowing, you know, maybe other people's fear or the fear of people at work or the fear of people in the world or whatever the case to completely derail that or make you feel somehow less than. Okay, so you don't need validation from the world to love who you love, to love who you are, to love your life, to love your family, to love, you know, your home life, to be proud of your family, etc., or to be proud of your past or to honor your past at least, you know, like you don't need some kind of external validation to live how you want to live. And that's kind of the main message I'm getting here for you, but there could be more, and we'll go over it more once that Leo new moon, you know, comes later this month. So then on the 31st, last but not least, we'll have the Sun conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 4th house, creating the Mercury retrograde Cazimi, which brings a lot of insight, clarity, and presence to whatever this Mercury retrograde is bringing up for us, the lessons of this Mercury retrograde in your 4th house of home and family and your past. And so by this time, you should really have a good idea of what this is about for you. Okay, so that is basically what I'm seeing for you. Taurus risings, let me know down below if that resonated. Comment down below, sexy Taurus rising, because you are boo. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let me know your feedback down in the comments, please, and I will see you guys in the next one. Alrighty, Gemini risings, last but not least, welcome to your July 2025 horoscope for your month ahead. And honestly, when I look at your chart this month, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen. When I look at your chart this month, I see a lot about you feeling very torn between what you think, who you are, your identity, your personal interest, and what's feeling aligned and in the moment and enjoyable for you versus things going on with family, your home life, your past, your career, your public life, your reputation, but also your finances. And then even more than that, there's this build up to your own personal authentic voice and opinion, and where you maybe hide that or stifle that, or maybe where you speak but not from an empowered place. And then you end up going back this month and kind of rethinking and reflecting on what your true authentic truth and desires and opinions are, to later then face that same fear again and put them out into the world. And so when I look at your chart this month, I really see a lot in terms of you. Like I said, you have a lot of big transits this month. Uranus entering your sign, a lot of upgrades in terms of your identity and who you are and your personality, and if you are being true to yourself, if you are being authentic in who you are. But also this pull from home and family, career, and long-term goals, your vision for your future, your reputation, and then also the opinions and beliefs and views of others versus your own authentic opinions, views, perspectives, and speaking those out into the world. And then, like I said, we definitely have your financial house being lit up here as well, with your second house, with the sun being there and Jupiter now being there. And I think you're going through like a rebirth of your ideals and your views around finances and the things that you depend on and the things that you think you need, and your resources and assets and possessions and, you know, the skills and attachments that you have. And so this is kind of the name of the game, I think, for you for the month of July. So let's go ahead and start getting into it. Starting with July 4th, we're going to have Venus entering into your sign. And this is really exciting because obviously Venus is the planet of pleasure, relationships, feminine energy, enjoyment, entertainment. And so when she moves into your sign, you are going to be feeling that Venus charm. Venus in Gemini is very charming. It's very youthful. It's very curious. And so Venus in your sign just really amplifies a lot of your own personality traits, but makes them more flirtatious, more pleasurable, more charming, and really probably makes you want to be more social, makes you want to, you know, focus more on your style, your appearance, and, you know, your aesthetic, and putting yourself out there, and focus more on like your beauty and your looks, and, you know, how you carry yourself and how you socialize with other people. And so this is going to be a really fun transit. You know, you're going to be feeling like more in love with you, like really focusing on self-love this month can be very, very beneficial. Not only that, but also again, with, you know, the sun moving through Cancer, your second house, also self-love, self-care, taking care of yourself, in many different ways, not just, you know, your personality needs, but also emotionally, also resource-wise, also taking care of your emotional intelligence and, you know, all of that. And so then on July 7th, we're going to have one of the biggest transits of the year happening, Uranus entering your first house. And so you're now getting this taste of Uranus being in your first house for the next few months. And when Uranus enters your sign, especially if your ascendant is right there within like the first 5 to 10 degrees of Gemini, you're likely going to be feeling this. It can sometimes first bring a sense of like instability, a sense of uncertainty, a sense of feeling like things are a bit shaking. Now, I do believe that since Venus will also be in your sign, though, this will maybe not feel like this right away. It could more so feel enjoyable. So it could feel electrifying. It could feel like you are just all of a sudden feeling more free, or like you want to be more unconventional, or you want to embrace more of your unconventional sides. Like you want to stand out, put yourself out there, you know, do something that maybe be shocking to you and even others, you know. It's like you're wanting to express yourself more in a risky or unconventional way than you usually would. You're feeling more electrifying. You may be feeling more rebellious. You may be feeling more like you're ready to like upgrade yourself and upgrade who you are, and really put yourself out there even more. And so, but sometimes Uranus can feel somewhat shaky or unstable at first, because sometimes it will first focus on liberating us from the parts of us that don't feel authentic, that don't feel aligned with who we really are. And so sometimes it can destabilize us, like break us down, and then build us back up into a more aligned, upgraded version of ourselves. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen to everybody right now. It is just a preview. And like I said, Venus is joining it in your sign this month. So I do think this will likely probably feel more enjoyable at first and more exciting and electrifying at first. But either way, there's definitely going to, you're going to start noticing this shift within yourself, and this shift of like, you know what, I think I'm ready to start changing, or change that I've been maybe knowing I needed to make with myself or for myself for so long now. Like, I'm finally going to do it. I'm not holding back. I'm taking the risk. I'm rolling the dice. I'm going to upgrade myself. I'm going to upgrade like who I am. I'm going to be more authentic. I'm going to put myself out there more. I don't care if I stick out. I don't care what other people think about it. Who cares? And Uranus is going to be trining Pluto at first as well, which is in your 9th house of your beliefs, your worldviews, and educational pursuits, teaching pursuits, travel pursuits. So maybe you're like, you know what? I want to break free and travel, or I want to break free and start sharing some of my controversial opinions or beliefs. And I don't care anymore if other people don't like it. And then this starts putting you in this position to be more seen, or to be more of a leader in some area, even if you're not 100% sure what that looks like just yet, or what that's going to look like in the future. Either way, there's this beautiful story that starts happening here between Uranus, Pluto, and Saturn and Neptune from your 1st, 9th to your 11th. And so it's like you start maybe getting this vision, or you start feeling these energetics of like, I'm going to put myself out there more, and I'm feeling called to get really deep into my beliefs, or to set myself free and liberate myself and make a lot of changes with how I present myself, or with my views, or what I'm speaking about, or how I want to help the world or help others, or what my mission is, or what my purpose is. And then that starts becoming, that basically starts this month. If some of you may start feeling it right away, some of you it may take a little bit longer, but either way, the energy for that starts this month, and that will start building up even more. Now, after that, on the 10th, we have the Capricorn full moon happening in your 8th house. So this could be a moment of closure, change, a peak moment, a catalyst, or even you just realizing something about your finances, about other people's finances, about shared finances and resources, about personal psychological fears, business, if you have a business endeavors, transactional pursuits, and then also just, giving and receiving. Anywhere in that kind of category, this full moon can bring those things up. Maybe you are finally taking care of, an old debt, or an old, something that you owe, or something that's, owed to you. The full moon is going to trine Mars in your 4th house. So it could have something to do with home and family as well. But either way, it's like something is coming up financially with that full moon in Capricorn. Now, on the 17th, Mercury is going to retrograde in your 3rd. And I think this is one of the bigger stories of this month as well, because Mercury retrograding in your 3rd really indicates, because like right at the very end of June, Mercury starts opposing Pluto, and right when it goes into shadow. So that tells me that there is maybe some hesitation from you by the end of June, and like maybe you start having some realizations, or you have an opinion about something and you feel very sure about it and you want to express it, but there's some fears, or you do express it, but then there's still some like fear, insecurity, or feeling powerless over it, or something along those lines. And then Mercury travels through Leo for the first half July, and then on the 17th it goes retrograde. And this, I think, starts showing you like that it is time for you to reflect on some of your ideas, your opinions, the environments that you're in, and what your own personal authentic truth is. And you really start kind of, reflecting on these things, your opinions, your truth, your communication, your speaking, if the ideas that you originally had are still in alignment with you, if they're authentic. And maybe you start discovering more and more and more as this retrograde goes on about things that you once thought were true that maybe you are now re-exploring or going deeper into, with, Mercury starting at shadow opposite Pluto and then retrograding back, and it will eventually join go opposite Pluto again in August. And so anyways, and what even further backs that up is then the sun on the 22nd will move into Leo and start opposing Pluto, and then it will oppose Pluto until it makes the new moon in Leo on the 24th, which is a massive new chapter happening in Leo in your 3rd house, but opposite Pluto. And so again, there's some kind of brand new energy here. It's like you are having revelations, and those revelations spark some kind of new beginning that starts building to do with how you see the world, your worldviews, educational pursuits, teaching pursuits, travel pursuits, your ideas and your perspectives and your opinions and your truth versus the world and information out there and what's going on and your own fears or other people's fears or things that have power over you, debates, you know, philosophical ideas and stuff. And so all of this starts having you kind of reflect on what you feel or what is good for you and what's good for everybody. And, you know, you're kind of going back and forth. And so, and then going a little bit backwards here a day on the 23rd, Venus in your sign will square Mars. And this is what I was talking about, where you may, you know, for those, like for that week or so leading up to the 23rd, feel a bit caught between like what you want and who you are and what you want to do for yourself versus things going on at home that you're having to deal with, or things going on in the past with Mars conjunct the South Node in Virgo in your 4th, fixing things or things that have now broken that need to be fixed, or, you know, dealing with perfectionism or criticism or judgment in home and family situations or within the past versus your career and your desires for your goals and your legacy and your reputation and all that. It's like you may feel pushed basically between, or pulled basically between what you want and your home and family, or what you desire for yourself, or having fun and doing your own thing and feeling good versus dealing with something from the past or dealing with something at home. And so that happens in the days leading up to the 23rd. And then after that, we have the Sun and Mercury on July 31st making their Cazimi while Mercury's still retrograde in your 3rd. And by this time, by July 31st, you will have a very good idea of what these Mercury retrograde lessons are showing you in your 3rd house. What lessons there are, what it's teaching you, what you're changing here, how you're changing your mind or your perspective on something. This Mercury retrograde Cazimi happening on July 31st will give you a lot of clarity and a lot of ideas around what this is changing by that point. So, and that is how we end the month, Gemini. So I'd love to hear your feedback down below. How did that relate for you? Could you see a lot of these things happening? How would you see them happening in your life? I'd love to know your own predictions for this month and how this all landed. Let me know down below. If you stayed until this point, comment sexy Gemini rising. And thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for watching this video, and I will see you guys in the next one.